News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me! And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
At least 3 people have died in an explosion at a service station in Ireland.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock on Saturday the 8th of October. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, your radio and online, so wherever you are and whatever you're up to today, you can take us with you. These are your top stories.
Well, a major search operation is underway for survivors after 3 people we know were killed in an explosion at a service station in County Donegal in Ireland. The blast happened just after 3 o'clock on Friday afternoon at the Applegreen service station.
Another Conservative MP has been sacked from the government. This time it follows allegations of misconduct at the Tory party conference last week. The UK Junior Trade Minister Conor Burns had only been in the position for a month, but was fired with immediate effect and had the whip suspended while this incident is being investigated.
And Liverpool has been picked to host the Eurovision Song Contest, with the grand final going to take place on the 13th of May 2023.
Oh, now that is going to be a good...
Sensational.
I tell you what, Liverpool can put on a party.
Yeah, they really can. I mean, obviously, Ukraine would be doing it if they weren't in the middle of a war, because they won last year's Eurovision Song Contest. And so since Britain came second, they were looking for a British city to host it, and Liverpool has won it. And I can only imagine the fireworks will be going up in Liverpool. It'll be absolutely fab.
Brilliant news. As ever, join in our discussions. Drop us an email, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Well, to our top story, and 3 people have died following an explosion in the Republic of Ireland just after 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, with a number of other people being treated for serious injuries.
Our search and rescue operation involving sniffer dogs is still ongoing, with the police describing the event as a serious incident.
And Ireland's Prime Minister, Michael Martin, has described the incident as very traumatic.
Well, let's talk to our Northern Ireland reporter, Doogie Beattie, who's in Ireland for us this morning. What more can you tell us, Doogie?
Yes, well, welcome to County Donegal. This is the most northern county in Ireland, and I'm in Letterkenny, just outside the University Hospital. This is where most of the injured were brought late yesterday afternoon. Services not only from the Republic of Ireland, but also those from Northern Ireland's ambulance service and Air and Rescue involved in that. Through the night, they have been looking for more victims. They have been searching through the rubble. Specialist sniffer dogs, specialist lifting equipment is up in there, and the road just to my left is closed off because, well, I'll explain a bit of the geography of where I am. Letterkenny is the main population of County Donegal, and then there's lots of little towns and villages off it. Right up to the north where Dunfanaghy is, and that is the main route, and the village of Creelock is in there, and this is the only shop in that village. It is the only petrol station, it is the only post office, and at 3:15 it is where many of the school children will be getting dropped off to meet their parents and do a bit of shopping or whatever it is that they're doing at that time. And unfortunately, at 3:15, a massive explosion ripped through that premises, shaking the village and all around it. Now, through the night, it has been becoming clearer exactly what went on, but at this moment in time, they're still putting that down to a gas explosion. But you can imagine these little towns and villages all share the same schools, the same churches, and it is for sure that this will be felt the closest here, because it will be locals that are involved in this and that will have lost loved ones here.
The extent of the injuries, really, do we yet? And whether or not they will find any more survivors or otherwise. So the search is ongoing. Do they have any idea how long that's going to take?
Well, it will take most of the day today. I was up at the scene earlier on, and as I said to you, they have it closed off quite far back from the village itself. In fact, where traffic is being diverted through Errigal Park, where Mount Errigal is, and out round that side, a very mountainous area. But because of where it is and because of the access to it, it is hard to get information out at this minute in time. Security forces and emergency services are quite wisely keeping it locked down so as they can deal with the situation. But from the pictures that we have seen, it is quite a lot of rubble in there. There is quite extensive damage, and you can only imagine that they are taking their time picking through that so as not to maybe cause any more injury to anybody that may be trapped in that.
OK. Look, for now, Doogie, thanks very much indeed.
Join you later on.
Now, the Trade Minister, Conor Burns, has been sacked from government following complaints of serious misconduct earlier in the week.
Yes, he's the MP for Bournemouth West, but he's also had the Tory whip suspended for allegations of inappropriate behaviour at the Conservative Party conference.
Well, meanwhile, Mr Burns has accused the Tory party of rushing to judgment, but says he will cooperate fully with the investigation.
Yet another blow, is it, for the Tory party? Let's talk to political commentator and co-founder of Conservatives Against Racism, Albie Amakona. Hello, Albie. Hi. Yeah, well, that's the question, isn't it? What more is going to go on? Or do we shrug our shoulders and say these things always seem to come out of a Tory party conference?
Well, I don't think these things do always come out of a Tory party conference. I don't recall any allegations like this coming out of the Tory party conference last year. But these allegations are concerning, and obviously the Prime Minister has taken very swift action in withdrawing the whip from Conor Burns and also sacking him from his post as Trade Minister. A welcome change, I would say, from Boris Johnson, whose government was brought down by not being able to handle these situations appropriately.
Well, in that sense, she's been stuck between a rock and a hard place, hasn't she? Because she has to take action. She has to be seen to take action very quickly to make that distinction between Boris Johnson and what brought him down. And yet, Conor Burns is saying, well, I don't really know what I'm accused of yet.
Yes, it's certainly an interesting turn of events, but in many cases, I would say the Prime Minister didn't really have any choice but to act this decisively. It is exactly this kind of incident and the inability to respond in the correct way, which quite literally brought down Boris Johnson. That was a Chris Pincher scandal and not being able to handle that situation properly. She's had a difficult week. She wanted to be seen to be handling this situation properly, and that's what she's done.
In any other industry, I guess, you'd be suspended from your job pending an investigation, wouldn't you? Although it seems in politics it goes further. He's been stripped of his junior trade ministry and the whip has been withdrawn. That's almost like being pronounced guilty before even being tried.
So he's had the whip withdrawn and he has been sacked as the trade minister, but he's still an MP, so he's not lost his job. He's had the whip withdrawn.
Yeah, so he's no longer
a Conservative MP, and he's no longer part of the government. He still has his job, and now there's an investigation. So we'll have to wait and see what the conclusion of that investigation is before we know whether or not he's going to get the whip back and possibly rejoins the government as a minister.
And how quickly will that investigation take place? Because, I mean, he says he now wants to clear his name, but obviously you don't want this to go on whichever way it fell. You don't want it to go on for months and months.
I think everyone's going to be hoping for a swift conclusion, but what we have seen in past cases is that these scandals get announced and then there's a huge clamour in the media about it, and then everyone forgets about it, and these investigations just seem to go on and on and on. I mean, we still haven't really had a resolution from the Chris Pincher scandal, have we? Oh. So who knows how long it's going to go on for, but I'm hopeful for a swift resolution both for Conor Burns and also the person involved at the other end of this.
The longer it takes, of course, you do get a bit of a media feeding frenzy. It's already started. I mean, Mel B has joined in on it because she was at the Tory party conference as part of one of her campaigns against domestic violence. And she, after Conor Burns tweeted that he had been suspended, more or less, and said he still didn't really know what for, she tweeted, "Oh, yes, and don't you remember what you said to me in the lift?" Which has taken everybody aback. So already there's going to be a media build-up. Liz Truss has got to act fast on this investigation, hasn't she?
Yes, I saw that tweet from Mel B. Look, I don't think we can speculate about what's happened. The investigation is going on. I think we have to let due process take course and just hope that the investigation is resolved as quickly as possible.
OK. Albie, thank you very much indeed. Good to chat to you.
But it's no doubt it's making a lot of the front pages and it will rumble on, I guess, until it's concluded.
Well, it will.
He clearly feels, doesn't he, that... he said, he feels that they've rushed to judgment. And he said he hopes there's as much of a rush towards actually concluding an investigation.
Yes, yeah, he does. So he feels a bit badly done by. But, of course, it's bad timing for the party just because of everything else that's going on at the moment. So it's just like another issue, isn't it, which is problematic for government. But anyway,
yes.
There you go. We'll try and get some more reaction to that if we can. It's 10 minutes past 6. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other headlines today. And Network Rail's RMT members are going on a 24-hour strike across the UK rail network amid that ongoing dispute over pay and conditions. Tomorrow, about half of the network will be closed all day and trains will only operate between 7:30 in the morning, 6:30 in the evening. The train operator's chief negotiator says passengers should only travel by train if absolutely necessary.
Now, the SNP's deputy leader will tell delegates at the party's conference that Liz Truss is a symptom of the dysfunction at Westminster, not the cause. Keith Brown's speech will open the first in-person SNP conference since before the pandemic in Aberdeen. Mr Brown is also expected to condemn Labour, labelling the leader, Sir Keir Starmer, as just another Tony Blair.
There's been a rise in the number of NHS and emergency workers seeking help for suicidal thoughts, according to a charity. Data from the Laura Hyde Foundation shows 946 workers contacted them in the first 6 months of this year. They're calling on the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary to put mental health support for emergency workers at the forefront of their agenda.
And a new survey shows the pound's recent slide in value is affecting the plans of millions of people planning their winter sun holidays. The plans of 59% of UK adults previously considering booking a foreign holiday have now been affected. A quarter of them said fluctuating exchange rates mean they will not take an overseas trip in the coming months, whilst the same proportion will choose a cheaper destination.
Nothing wrong with choosing a cheaper destination.
I was just going to say, I suppose it shows an upturn of mood that we're all thinking of getting away on holiday. It's as the winter months come in and the mornings get darker and the evenings get darker, you start to think of a bit of sun, don't you?
First frost of the year, or of the winter, I had this morning.
Really? Oh, that is cool.
It was. There's a proper bite in the air this morning.
But it was a surprisingly nice day.
It was all right yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We had a bit of rain in the afternoon, did you? We were just going to go out for a walk.
Actually. Yes, it absolutely plopped down, think of it.
I got dragged out of bed saying, well, let's go for a walk.
Oh, yeah.
And then it started raining. It's quite...
So you had a good excuse to turn back.
Yeah, it was all right. I went to a garden centre instead.
Yeah.
Much more civilised.
Yes, absolutely.
Anyway, look, let's turn our attention to, well, world events in the true sense of the word. The US President Biden has made his most outspoken comments about Russia since the invasion of Ukraine in February.
Yeah, and they were quite some comments. Speaking at a Democratic fundraiser in New York, he warned that the world could face, quotes, Armageddon if Putin uses nuclear weapons to win the war.
Now, it comes as US intelligence is claiming that Putin's inner circle has apparently confronted him on his mishandling of the war.
Let's talk to former CIA officer Anthony Schaffer, who joins us from his home in North Carolina. A very good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Good to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I mean, even President Macron of France has sort of said, was it really wise to use such incendiary words? What do you think?
I agree. I think that this is the first time in my memory, and I've been around since the 1980s, where the United States has not sought some level of diplomatic rapprochement as a part of a strategy to essentially wind the war down. And I think President Biden's comments will only encourage Putin, who's already paranoid, to become even more paranoid. And I think when you examine the things that are going on, I think it's in everybody's interest to take a step back and try to step away from any bellicose language. And I think it was very much the wrong move by President Biden.
A lot of people are worried that, you think, if he's using such strong terminology, does he know something we don't?
I don't think he does. I mean, I have a good team that monitors everything going on. And right now, the United States, regarding conventional weapons, is not doing well. We missed our recruiting goals for the Army. Much of our conventional forces have been depleted by the fact we've been giving equipment and weapons to Ukraine. And our nuclear forces, which obviously you and we are part of NATO, part of those forces, aren't necessarily ready for a tactical nuclear confrontation. So I don't think this is the best time to be confronting Putin. With that said, I do believe that we need to do something to ratchet back his ability to continue offensive operations. It's just a direct confrontation with nuclear weapons, I don't think is the path to go at this point.
Well, no. I mean, it's not the path to go, but can it be argued that President Biden has, in effect, he's saber-rattling, isn't he? He's saying, well, look, if you are even contemplating using nuclear weapons, we are going. I mean, saying there's going to be Armageddon says we are going to respond, doesn't it? Well, that's meant to be the whole point of nuclear weapons, isn't it? The sort of mutually assured destruction, which is meant to be the threat.
That is true, but if Article 5 is invoked for NATO, Ukraine is a gray area. Ukraine is not part of NATO. There's no clear policy that I'm aware of, either with your military or our military, of what happens if, say, Putin pops one off in the Pacific. There's that submarine running around out there with this doomsday torpedo that can create tsunamis. There's no clear policy if he uses that against a non-NATO nation. So, and again, my experience is, and I was raised and mentored by the Reagan senior leadership, President Reagan was great with brinksmanship, but he always offered a diplomatic path out to basically give the Russians a path to de-escalate. I just don't see that happening here, and I think that's what makes it more dangerous than the 1980s.
Thing for President Biden then to have done, isn't it? Because he's a very experienced politician. Before he became president, he was vice president for years. And everybody who knows him says what an experienced politician he is and what a good man he is. So there must have been reason behind his comments, or do you think it was just loose lips? He was at a Democratic fundraiser. He felt he was almost saying things to a private bunch of people.
Well, I think it was very much said on the spur of the moment. Look, I've testified before him in the Senate, and I have no doubt about his credentials. With that said, he's had some lapses lately of saying things off the cuff, which the White House had to immediately walk back. And this is one of those situations where the press has been asking a lot of hard follow-up questions of the Pentagon as well regarding what is the policy. And I think where there is no policy, you have a great deal of potential for miscalculation. Remember, there was a number of times during the Cold War that miscalculation in 1983, an exercise called Able Archer, almost resulted in a full-blown nuclear exchange between the Soviet Union and NATO. So again, language is important. Being precise in language when you're dealing with a madman like Putin is super important. So I think in this case, President Biden probably should have been much more careful in understanding that his words do carry weight because of his credibility, and that credibility will be looked at by Putin and his deputies as something they may have to react to. And again, that's what makes this very dangerous.
But it's interesting, isn't it? You say you're talking about Reagan and what have you, and saying, well, look, there was always a way out. There was always a sort of back alley out that would allow a sort of dignified retreat, if you like. Well, that doesn't apply to Putin, does it? She said he's a madman. I mean, that seems to be the conclusion. It's not behaving in a rational way. He doesn't want a way out, does he?
So I don't know. I think the idea is you need to present it as something that he can take if it's available. Remember, the other example I've been studying is 1962 and the Cuban Missile Crisis. There was significant back-channel communications between the Khrushchev government and the President Kennedy government. And during that time, a lot of brinksmanship was very much necessary. And remember, as you mentioned in the introduction, his own people are essentially chiding him for the miscalculations and failures in Ukraine. So if nothing else, you're speaking to them. You're trying to give his people, his staff, the ability to maybe have an out that they can use to maybe even affect his thinking. So again, I think to have all options on the table to include a diplomatic resolution is necessary. And I do believe that, especially regarding nuclear weapons. I've been in nuclear exercises, something called Bulwark Bronze, which was an exercise we used to run. Every tactical exchange ever done during these exercises always results in a full-blown exchange of strategic weapons. And I don't think the world wants a nuclear exchange by superpowers or a couple of folks in Russia who think they're a superpower against what we have on our side in NATO and the United States.
God, that's really not good to hear. You're telling us that professionals like yourself, whenever you've war-gamed it, it always turns out badly, very badly.
Anytime you start using nuclear weapons, the other side feels obligated to ratchet up. And so I think that's why we have to avoid at all costs. And look, I'm not a dove. I've spent my life as a warrior, but I do understand that the consequences of any tactical exchange will often and catastrophically result in a broadening of that exchange. There's a movie called Threads that you all did back in the Cold War, the day after we did. And I hope everybody will take a look at that and understand that we do not want to see that happen. But I don't believe we should give in. We have to do this from a position of strength. But again, I think we have to give options to Putin, as mad as he is, to potentially step back from the brink of trying to use or threaten to use nuclear weapons.
My goodness.
Anthony Shaffer, really good to talk to you this morning.
Thank you
very
very
much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
I mean, that was fascinating, actually.
Yeah, when I was at school, and of course it was at that time during the 60s, and it was terrifying what was happening during the Cuban Missile Crisis. There was a rhyme going around that was, all things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small, all things wise and wonderful, Polaris nukes them all.
Oh, God.
That was while Polaris submarine, that was nuclear. And we were all terrified at the time, but that is really frightening, hearing that that when the professionals war game it, it always turns out
Always goes wrong.
Armageddon.
Yeah.
I can only think that President Biden must have come out of that sort of meeting. You know.
Must have done.
Yeah,
Must
full
have
of that
done.
rhetoric.
Well, look, we'll cheer you up in a couple of minutes because we're talking about another rail strike today. Plus, we will find some things. Actually, if you've got something that will cheer us up this morning, let us know where you are in the country. If you're in Liverpool this morning, get in touch. Let us know how excited you are about the fact that you're going to be hosting Eurovision in May next year. gbviews@gbnews.uk. We all need something to smile about today.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's the weekend and it's a chilly start for some, but plenty of sunshine this morning and most places are going to stay dry and fine through the day. There is more wind and rain on the way, and that's for later Sunday, courtesy of this low and this weather system waiting in the wings in the Atlantic. But ahead of that, a ridge of high pressure building in following the clearance of Friday's cold front that's pushing into the continent. Most places are waking up to bright skies, but a bit of a chill in the air. Nevertheless, it will soon warm up. And for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland, as well as much of Northern Ireland, it's going to stay dry through the day. 1 or 2 showers perhaps first thing for northwest England, but otherwise sunny spells and feeling pleasant enough in the sunshine with lighter winds 16 to 18 Celsius. Not so much the case for northern and western Scotland. We've got further showers to come through the day here and thickening cloud as well as a freshening breeze by the end of the day. Now overnight the weather turns increasingly unsettled towards the northwest. First we've got the winds picking up. That will certainly be noticeable across Northern Ireland and Scotland with gales or even severe gales for exposed coasts of western Scotland. Then the rain arrives by dawn. But ahead of all of that, a different story for England and Wales. Here, lighter winds, clear spells and a bright start once again to Sunday. Again, a chilly start for many, especially for sheltered parts of central England and East Wales. But it stays mostly dry and bright for England and Wales. I think it will turn increasingly cloudy towards the west. Northern Ireland and Scotland, meanwhile, wet and windy weather increasingly pushes through here. Gales for exposed coasts and feeling unpleasant with that wind and rain. But 16, 17 Celsius for central and southeastern areas in the sunshine won't feel too bad at all for an October Sunday. Monday, mostly dry and bright for many once any early showers have eased away. Tuesday, a chilly start, but looking fine.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
6:26, good morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, today is a fun day for train commuters. No, I really don't mean that. They're going to face more travel disruption as over 40,000 RMT and TSSA railway workers and 15 train operators will stop working over low pay and conditions.
It is the third strike affecting passengers this month, and train operators advising people to check services before travelling.
Yeah, and they're actually saying don't travel if you really don't need to by train. Travel expert Sally Gethin is with us. Gosh, it's going to be another day for commuters, isn't it? Another day of chaos.
Absolutely. You know, it's the third day this month, and there's been around 10 days of disruption due to rail strikes and train strikes since the summer as well. And I think people are sometimes forgetting now, oh, there's a train strike, and they're being caught out because they took it for granted that they were going to get to an event of some kind. It's really impacting football matches and fixtures this weekend as well. So previously we saw train strikes hitting commuters during the week, which do make up the vast amount of passengers. But it's also nearly a third of all passengers are leisure passengers. So, yeah.
Because it's a Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And it's hard, you know, you just can't plan effectively, you know, what you want to do in your own leisure time.
But where are we going with the negotiations in all of this? Because these have been going on forever now, as a lot of strike action has. Are they making any progress?
It's very small progress, very small gains. I mean, the one glimmer of light is that we have a new Transport Secretary with the change in government. So there is some hope that the new Transport Secretary, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, will be able to help this go forward. But it's still a stalemate. So it's really about paying conditions. And it's the RMT union. 40,000 of them are going on strike today. They're joined by some other unions as well. And they're just not happy with the bigger picture for the long term. They have been offered approximately 8%.
Over 2 years.
Over 2 years. But I think it's down to the finer detail as well as the principle. And obviously, you know, the train operators, they lost a lot of money during COVID. And, yeah, it's only back to about a fifth of what it was in terms of people travelling, using the train still.
And people do want to travel again. I mean, that's certain. So it is causing a lot of disruption for people up and down the whole country, isn't it? It's affecting nearly everywhere.
And also these train strikes today badly hit Scotland. So it's England, Scotland and Wales. All the train operators under Network Rail, they're affected. And Scotland particularly, there are no London to services beyond Newcastle today. And the advice, as you said, Anne, is really don't travel if you have to.
Yeah, I mean, it is a terrible situation for rail operators, though, is it? As you said, people are not people aren't going back on the trains as much as they were pre-pandemic. Then all this, it begs the question: what is going to happen to our rail industry over the coming years? They can't keep going like this.
It does beg the question. And in fact, they're starting to see an upward trend of people opting to travel by air domestically, ironically.
Well, certainly if you're doing Scotland to London.
Yes, a longer stretch. Yeah, that becomes more viable and attractive. Some of the fares on, you know, these longer legs, for example, can be onerously expensive. And so, you know, it's worth looking into your options for alternatives on other modes of travel in the UK.
Well, I think what a lot of families, one hesitates to say the word Christmas, but a lot of families are going to be worried that so far it doesn't, as you said, it's continuing stalemate. How much longer is that stalemate going to continue for? Are we going to face this sort of disruption as we come near Christmas and families want to travel and be together?
Well, absolutely they do, and you're absolutely right. And in fact, the bad news is that the RMT union boss, Mick Lynch, has said that he cannot rule out for the RMT union further strikes, but there hasn't been a date set yet for the next one. The trouble is that just leaves everybody in limbo going forward. And now, you know, the weather's getting colder. A lot of people are starting to become focused on Christmas and what their plans could be. And you just can't rule it out. There's no guarantee that there won't be further strikes at the festive season.
No.
Well, certainly, we've been getting a lot of emails from people who've got sons and daughters who just started university, want to pop home for the weekend, can't do it at the moment.
Yeah, you know, you're sort of stymied. You know, you feel obstructive, and I'm one of those people who loves to get out on the weekend and, you know, use rail fares. But yeah, you keep having to replan everything.
Sally, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah,
Good
we're going to talk to
you.
Nick Lynch, I think, a bit later on in the programme today.
Well, look, let's talk to
him.
one of our viewers and listeners and former train driver, actually, Robert McMillan. Morning to you, Robert. It's good to see you this morning. Look, as someone in the business, as it were, what do you actually make of all of this?
I believe that there has to be a moderate and reasonable settlement, and as soon as this can be achieved, the railways can get back to normal. Because I've just listened to the conversation and I share your concerns that for a generation that fights for our railway services and for our stations, we could see a terrible curtailment of them if things don't settle down.
Is the union being unreasonable then when it says, you know, we want to see the inflation? We want to see an inflation-busting pay rise, in effect, or an inflation-levelling pay rise. Are they asking too much?
Yes. If you have an inflation-busting pay rise, inflation will rise. And look, there's not only one trade union going through that. Inflation will rise, then interest rates will rise, and the whole cycle just carries on. There has to be a sense of reason and moderation to move forward. I want to see my former colleagues, and still my colleagues in many ways, receive just reward for what they do. I've been through it. Even this morning, it's like I'd have already been at work for 3 hours now if I was still working. But it has to be done with reason, and that was always and remains my position.
One wonders how the members are feeling now as the strikes continue, and it almost feels as though maybe they're not getting anywhere. One wonders at their morale. I mean, you were a train driver for about 30 years. Have you ever been on strike?
Yes, 2 days in the days of British Rail. There were separate incidents, and I can barely remember what they were about now. But yes, 2 separate days.
And it's a pretty miserable thing to do. I mean, I've been on strike as well. I don't think anyone really enjoys it, do they?
No, they certainly don't, because there are repercussions from that. I mean, for a start, pension contributions are lost for that day. The thing is about striking, it's the ultimate weapon that a working person has. But once you've unleashed that weapon, where do you go after that? Just eventually everybody out and the country grinds to a standstill? It still has to be resolved in the end. And how do you come out of it the other end?
What should we do? I mean, the government suggested the idea of any pay offer that is made needs to, members need to be balloted. I mean, we understand that this 8% over 2 years has been made to the RMT and then rejected. I mean, do you think members should be more closely involved in the offers that are being put forward and at the minute being rejected by the unions?
Well, I know ASLEF has a fine General Secretary, Mick Whelan. I know him, and he's the finest General Secretary we've ever had, and he will conduct the arrangements as him and his Executive Committee see fit. So they will decide if anything has to be balloted. But I think the membership seem to be reasonably upbeat about it for the people that I talk to. But it's as you go forward, suddenly it dawns upon people, where can you go?
What do you think of the state of the railways nowadays? I mean, you've been in the business, you were in the business 30 years, going right back to British Rail times. What do you think of the standards and the state of the rail network nowadays?
Well, I've been seeing an improvement up until the COVID times, and indeed it's still going on. There are new stations and former routes being reopened. That's the way I want it to go, and indeed that's what I campaign for here at home in North Staffordshire, for my local station to have a service call again. But this is damaging to the whole industry because people are turning away, as your previous guest said. For myself, for my wife, we have to find alternatives as well. We are reasonable train users, but there has to be alternatives. Life has to go on, and if it means getting the car moving, even for long distance journeys, that's what we have to do. Incidentally, there's not too much of a commercial flight situation in Great Britain itself. Obviously, there is to Scotland and Ireland, but apart from that, rail really carries the strain of all the long distance travel. There's nothing to equal it.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating talking to you, Robert, because, as you say, you've clearly got sympathy with the people who are going on strike, with your former colleagues, but obviously that sympathy is tempered somewhat at the moment. I mean, when you talk to your former colleagues and things, your old mates, what do you say to them? I mean, are they happy with what they're doing, or do they want all this to come to an end?
Yes, they want a settlement because it holds them back as well. They're upbeat at the moment. My former branch secretary visited just a few weeks ago on a friendship visit, and it was nice to see him here. And we sat down and talked about it. And he felt the public is with the train drivers and wants them to see a good settlement. I'm with them as well. I want them to be settled and contented and doing what is a very arduous and strenuous job. But I haven't changed my opinion, and it's an opinion often expressed on GB News. Things have to be paid for. We are talking about a subsidised industry. Sometimes it's necessary to subsidise services we want, but there is a limit to what can be done. A private enterprise could not have subsidy in the way that we are talking here. If we subsidise it more, it's got to be more borrowed, and the whole cycle goes round. You two both know exactly where this goes. It has to be a sense of reason.
Do you think we should nationalise our railways? No?
I think we should never have privatised them, and I argued against privatisation. But I felt that we were coming back to a sense of renationalisation, although perhaps not in fully. But this Great British Railways, which is being set up, is in a sense nationalisation. The fares are set by government. The timetables will be set nationally. I did write to my MP and suggest an alternative which could be offered was to standardise the wages of all railway workers for their grade across the country, and that this would be a sensible offer to make. But the response from the then Minister of Rail was that they didn't want to interfere at all. Well, I'm sure they are in the background discussing what can be offered or not. But I think a standardisation, with some people having to give a little, some people improving their position a little, was a way forward to get back to a national salary framework. But that idea was rejected.
Do you know what? It's absolutely fascinating talking to you, Robert. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your expertise, actually, all the years in the business
experience,
and what it's telling us. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Anytime.
Great to talk. Yeah.
See, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, from somebody who's actually been there and done that and still talks to everybody involved. Yeah, it really is. It would be. Don't they say that the sign of a healthy country is the arteries and the blood vessels that are the rail network? We don't want to be all driving in our separate cars, do we? It would be great to have a network of railways and bus services and everything that you could totally rely on to get you around. And they always say it's the sign of a healthy country. And at the moment, it just doesn't feel like we're that healthy, does it, at the moment?
No, not at the minute.
Let us know your views, though, GBViews at gbnews.uk, please.
Still to come for you this morning, we're going to be having a look at the Saturday newspapers.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
"6:42, morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne."
Time to go through the papers now. Joining us this morning, broadcaster Pete Price and writer Candice Holdworth. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Pete, you're going to kick us off with the price of energy, our bills that we're worried about.
I'm really glad about this. These are not my type of stories, but I wanted this story for a reason. So it's on the eye. Truss locked in cabinet battle over energy price. Now, Liz Truss is caught up in a deep row with Jacob Rees-Mogg over the UK's plans to prevent the energy blackout after a pair that they were just fraught with anger over this, apparently. The business secretary is unhappy that the Prime Minister refuses to launch a government advice campaign. Now, let's talk about, first of all, a government advice campaign. People out there surely are not stupid. Surely the money that's going to be spent on this campaign is going to be astronomical.
Doesn't have to be, though, does it?
Well, does it? Do we have to have a campaign to say, put the radiators off in different rooms, to switch the lights off as you go through the door? Why not have a blanket round? I know Boris got castigated for it, but what's wrong with having a blanket round you watching the television? But let me throw this one in. Electric cars. In some cases, apparently, an electric car is equivalent to 3 houses of electricity. Now, no one's mentioned electric cars. What's going on about that? Because they're pushing and pushing electric cars. So what's happening? So I've been waiting to say that for 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Yeah, but if it wasn't an electric car, it would be a petrol car, wouldn't it? Or a diesel. And you'd have to fill them up with fuel somehow. So it's one fuel or the other, isn't it?
It is, but we're being told that we've got to cut down, but buy electric car, buy electric car, buy electric car.
It's not Australia. Yeah, other cars are Australian on the national grid.
So it's an interesting article.
No, but there's still a strain, aren't there? You've still got to afford the juice.
You've got, but in terms of blackouts and things.
Well, yes. Yeah.
But the other thing about this, which makes me cross, we said this last week, and I'll say it again. If you're a football manager and you haven't won 2 games, you're out. Please, love or hate the government, whichever government's going to be in, is going to be scrutinised like this over every word and everything they do. You've got to give them a chance. We've been in a pandemic, we've been in a turmoil, and there's a world war nearly going to start. Give them a chance. Forget whether you like them or not. Give them a chance.
Well, talking of the government, Candice, in The Guardian this morning, looking at Conor Burns, the MP who's been fired from government.
Yes, so The Guardian did a story on this. He's now been sacked from his position as Trade Minister after apparently engaging in misconduct, allegedly engaging in misconduct at the Conservative Party conference. And The Guardian offered some more commentary on this. They said that the Conservatives need to root out a lot of this sleaze, because this is the 6th MP now to be embroiled in a Conservative MP to be embroiled in a sleaze scandal. There was Neil Parish, David Warburton, and they're saying this is becoming a bit of a trend. What is going on? And it possibly could trigger another by-election for the Conservatives. So
well, he's not been, but there's, he's not been found guilty of anything.
No, not yet. No, that's
He's
true.
not been charged with anything yet.
No.
He doesn't even know the details of what the complaint is.
Yes. Oh, really? Right. Yeah.
The one good thing is, though, she did sit on it straight away. and said, right, because of Boris, she's just sat on it, whatever's happened, you know, go, let's sort it out.
But I think a lot of people would be very upset at that. The feeling that he is being pronounced guilty before he even knows what the charge is. I mean, yes, I agree that in any industry, you'd have to suspend somebody whilst they were under investigation. But in politics, it seems harsher than that, doesn't it?
Yes, I think she's probably so cautious after what happened with Boris Johnson. She feels she has to act instantly. And I agree with what you're saying. You know, it is allegedly. We do need to keep an open mind. We shouldn't start condemning first before more information comes out.
Peter?
Yeah, Peter?
I know,
we're not friends anymore. Peter?
To the Express, if we may.
My mother used to call me Peter.
Oh,
yes.
keep you in line.
This is a minefield, this one. Suella Braverman, who I thought her speech was controversial and very interesting. A cabinet rift has been sparked over this lady vowing to deliver the Brexit promises by slashing immigration. But you pick out a pointer here. She says that she wants fewer foreign workers in farming jobs. We have a large cohort of people who can work, but are not working out of choice. And then the Express have put here, should labour shortages be filled by UK workers? There is 3 statements which are minefields. There are a lot of people out there that won't do these jobs. They won't work in the fields. They don't want to work in the catering industry because they think it's beneath them. And everyone then says, you know, I want a decent wage. Well, you know, we've got to start somewhere, and I'm going to upset people by saying this, but it makes me really cross. We have got many people out there that don't want to work and won't work. And I think furlough went on too long and it made them think, oh, this isn't bad.
And certainly the farmers have been complaining now, I mean, since all the way through COVID and since, that if they can't use foreign workers, they can't get anyone to pick the crops.
And when they get them picked, the costs go up because they're struggling to get it, which then goes on to other people. I was in the catering industry many years ago, and I was a waiter, and somebody said, you're a waiter. Listen, I did that job so well, I got fantastic tips because I did the job properly. And you move on from there to manager. You've got to learn.
But you go to Europe or something, and waiters, it's a profession.
It is a profession.
Whereas here, it's just seen as a bit of a sort of side job, isn't it? And it's a proper profession.
It's like a mate of mine. Somebody came up to one of the kids and said to me, I'm not working in McDonald's. I said, a mate of mine worked in McDonald's. He now has 5 outlets of his own.
Wow.
You've got to learn somewhere. It just...
So how do you fix that? School?
No, because they go on social media, and so no, because half the parents are on benefits.
I was going to say that there are a lot of kids being brought up nowadays who are in not only one generation in their family have never worked, but 2 generations apparently. Now, you know, what's causing that?
Great benefits we get, whether you like it or not. Oh, I'm going to be castigated.
Words today. You are.
Yeah. Candice, childcare in the Times. What are parents going to get?
Yes, well, this is so relevant. It was in all the papers. So the government are looking at giving payments to parents directly for childcare costs, rather than, as it currently is, the childcare provider gets paid by the government. So they're trying to add a bit more flexibility. So, for instance, if the grandma wants to take care of the children, she can maybe get payments. Also, if parents have unusual working hours, or maybe they need a combination of things, maybe a nanny and a childminder. So it's actually very interesting, and it sort of fits with what they're looking at now, which is deregulation of childcare. They want to start making it easier for parents to be able to get back to work if they need to.
Should we? I know there are a lot of people at home at the moment probably throwing brick sponges at the television saying, why should we pay for people's childcare at all? Why should it be something that the taxpayer pays for? I can see steam is coming out of Pete Price's ears. Let's ask the lady.
No, she's a lovely mum with 2 babies. So
yes, well, for me, I don't just look at it as childcare. I look at it as an investment in the early years. I mean, I've got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, and they have so many needs. And when they go to childcare, I mean, I looked very carefully at where they went. It wasn't just somewhere where they were going to be looked after. I wanted somewhere that was going to help them develop their skills.
Yes,
and I
but
think
we should pay for it.
I do think, as a society, we should invest in it. I do, because I think.
What about childless people or people who've never had families? How do they feel about the fact that they're paying for other people's child?
I understand that, but I think we all benefit as a society. I think later on in life, I do. I think if you invest in children early on now, then you don't have to make up for it later on. You're going to have an educated workforce. You're going to have people... These are the people who are going to be taking care of you when you're older, and they're going to be the ones paying taxes.
Oh, I don't know. You see, I find it a bit... I hate to say it. I hate to get controversial, but I have to... we have to pay for the NHS, which is providing IVF treatment so people can get pregnant. And then we have to pay for the children when they have the children. And then we have to pay for their schooling.
I've said enough today. I've only just started. Now, I get very cross about this because I'm from the day where grandmother had the child, auntie had the child. You made it work. You made it work for yourself, and you had to do that. There was no childcare. You went to school and that was it. And you had to make your... I don't know, it was a different world.
I get your opinion that it's about investing in the future, in the generation that will pay, hopefully, for our old age, actually. But it makes me slightly uncomfortable thinking of people who don't want a family or don't have a family for whatever reason. And I know that you'll be emailing in already saying, why should we pay for other people to bring up their children?
Yeah, and you see you've got the single parents, the men... should be providing money instead of walking away.
Look, you two, we're out of time.
I'm so glad. I'll go and check my Twitter now.
We'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
Yeah, we'll see you later on.
We need to end because we want to get onto the topic of breakfast, particularly porridge.
Yes, I'm not a great fan of porridge, but I've never really given it a go. Now, you may have heard, because there is something called the World Porridge Championship. It's an annual event in the Scottish Highland village of Carbridge, where fans compete to make the best porridge.
Well, before we meet one of the previous winners and the organisers, we've got some porridge of our own to taste. Thank you very much. Now, this is
just been made for us.
You see, this is cheating porridge because it's in a pot, out of a...
I don't think at the World Porridge Championships they'd terribly approve of this, would they?
It's not as good as my own porridge, but thankfully this doesn't seem too sweet because I like it with salt and not with sugar. So there you go.
I can see why it would be filling.
Oh, it's filling. It's good. It's very good for you. It's a slow burn. Anyway, look, to find out what the contest entails, we've got 2019 winner Lisa Williams and organiser Karen Henderson with us this morning. Good to see you both this morning. What does make good porridge, Lisa?
Good porridge, we use oatmeal and water and salt. That's all we use. It's lovely. It's really good, really creamy. And as you said, it fills you up and keeps you going all day.
Is it really that easy? Oatmeal, water and salt?
It is. It's just a combination. And it really is the ultimate fast food. We obviously at the competition cook it on burners, but you can cook it in the microwave. You don't need the plastic pots. It really is a delicious breakfast, really good for you, really fast food. It's an all-round great dish.
So, Karen, what do you make of the water? Do most of the people involved in the competition use water? Because, generally, most people tend to use milk, don't they?
Well, they've got to use water for the traditional. That's set in the rules. But, if you think about the whiskey industry up here, how do they make the whiskey taste different, right? Different waters from different places. So
you've got to fancy your water, get a special water. Now, Lisa, you won something called the Golden Spurtle Trophy, I think back in 2019. What's a spurtle to start with?
This is a spurtle. Can you see it?
Not quite. Shows the... Hold it in front of your face for a second.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, my goodness, what is it?
So this is a spurtle. It's the Harry Potter magic wand of porridge. It's tapered at the end, so you can stir it in the saucepan. At the top, traditionally, this is like a thistle, and this is what you stir to cook your porridge. So this is a spurtle.
So is that the secret? You just keep stirring until you get that lovely creamy texture?
You keep stirring. I use a combination. So this is pinhead oatmeal, which is like the oat groat has been cut. Americans call it steel cut oats. We call it oat groats. And then I use an oatmeal, and I mix. And an oatmeal, I don't use porridge oats. So an oatmeal as you can see,
Yeah.
this is where the oats have been ground. And I use a combination of those in equal measures with water. And then I use salt, and I put the salt in towards the end. And that's how I make my porridge. But it's great.
Well, that sounds. That sounds very nice. I've got to ask Karen, as the organiser of all this, and excuse us having our porridge this morning, but as the organiser of all this, what is your own porridge like?
Oh, okay. I get asked this all the time.
I bet you do.
So I just have mine with a little bit of honey and a sprinkling of sea salt. So I get that salty sweet, bit like the popcorn.
That's an interesting combination, isn't it? The sweet and the savoury. A little bit of honey. Well, you've got a plain one there. I've got some berries in mine. Would either of you add anything sweet like that, like fruit?
Oh, yeah. Bananas, peanut butter, golden syrup, whatever you fancy.
Oh, peanut butter.
So I gather that during the pandemic, the last couple of years of the golden spurtle thing, the porridge competition, had to be virtual, but you're actually getting back into really doing it this year.
Yeah, that's
we're all
right.
waving our spurtles.
Today, kicking off.
Don't you wave your spurtle at us.
We've got 30 competitors from all over the world. So, yeah, we're
Really?
Wonderful.
Who are the best? Is it still the Scots who are the best at it, or do you get competitors from other parts of the world?
Well, Lisa's won the trophy and she's not Scots.
But Lisa, you're not. I am mad. I sort of completely assumed you're a Scot. Where are you from?
No, I'm from Suffolk, from Felixstowe. So I can always come and make you porridge, and you can try proper porridge in London.
Yeah,
So you don't really
yourself
want
booked
plastic pots.
Because frankly, this isn't up to much.
No, you're booked in, so you're coming on down.
That's
It's
a
really
promise.
good to talk to both of you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Happy spurtling both. Love that. I love a decent... I wouldn't put stuff in my porridge, just like good old plain porridge.
You've eaten a lot, though, haven't you?
Quite
Went down very well.
It did. Look, we've got much more to come for you in just a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christie. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other pay-per-review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
A Conservative MP has been sacked following allegations of misconduct.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 8th of October. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio, and online too, so wherever you are, you can take us with you. Here are your top stories this morning.
Well, another Conservative MP has been sacked from government. This time it follows allegations of misconduct at the Tory party conference last week. Conor Burns had only been in his position for a month but was fired with immediate effect and had the whip suspended while the incident is investigated.
A major search operation is underway for survivors after 3 people were killed in an explosion at a service station in County Donegal in Ireland. The blast happened just after 3 o'clock on Friday at the Applegreen service station on the outskirts of Creelloch.
And Liverpool has been picked to host the Eurovision Song Contest, with the grand final taking place on the 13th of May next year.
And as ever, you can join in any of our discussions, please do. And if you've got anything to cheer us all up, because it's a bit doomy and gloomy, some of the news this morning, GB Views at gbnews.uk.
Just a very, very quick one from George about Liverpool. I'm in Liverpool. My partner is obsessed by Eurovision. You can imagine his excitement last night. This city will make it the best party ever and will only make Ukraine proud. Fabulous. Love it.
He does also add, the only downside is that hotels have overnight increased their prices, many by tenfold.
Yeah,
really?
I missed that. I thought that was.
You thought that was bad news.
I was just sticking with the nice
Get
stuff.
in now, I say, if that's true.
Anyway, more reviews coming up, but let's crack on with our main story this morning. And the Trade Minister, Conor Burns, was sacked yesterday by Prime Minister Liz Truss following complaints of serious misconduct earlier in the week.
Yes, he's the MP for Bournemouth West. He's also had the Tory whip suspended for allegations of inappropriate behaviour at the annual Conservative conference.
Well, Mr Burns is accusing the party of rushing to judgment, but says he will fully cooperate with the investigation and looks forward to clearing his name.
So for more on that, let's speak to political commentator and co-founder of Conservatives Against Racism, Albia Makona, is with us. Hello there again. So where do you think Liz Truss had to sort of try and draw the balance between rushing to judgment and being seen to not be Boris and sort of dither over a serious issue?
I think she had to do the latter. I think it was really important that the Prime Minister showed a clean break from the mistakes of Boris Johnson's administration and what she wanted to get right in her administration. And unfortunately, in this case, it has meant that Conor Burns feels that maybe he's been mistreated a little bit. But ultimately, in terms of wanting to be seen to be doing the right thing and being on the right side of a scandal, she really had no choice but to act in the decisive way that she's acted in.
It just seems a little bit odd that he's had the whip withdrawn and sacked from his position in government without, so he says, being clear about what he's been accused of.
But, Stephen, imagine if this was the other way around and Liz Truss had just become Prime Minister after Boris Johnson and she hadn't withdrawn the whip and she hadn't sacked him as a Trade Minister. We'd be sat here saying Liz Truss is doing the same mistakes that Boris Johnson has made.
Yeah. But shouldn't he be told first? I mean, it's like you think he'd be taken to one side first before...
Because he says he hasn't been told of the allegations. He doesn't literally know what they are.
Look, I think we have to let due process take course. As I mentioned before, the Prime Minister, in my opinion, really did have no choice but to act in this way. I think the circumstances by which he was informed of his misconduct, maybe that could have been improved upon. But in terms of the reaction that the government have taken on this issue, I think it was the only way forward for them.
It just shows how difficult it must be for a Prime Minister, an incoming Prime Minister, or maybe one just doing a reshuffle, to know that they've got the right person for the job. She's being criticised by some commentators this morning for not actually appointing an independent ethics advisor. Is that something that maybe she should have done, or that Prime Ministers should generally do?
Well, on the point about the independent ethics advisor, I think that was something that was brought in by a recent Prime Minister. It's not something which has been in Parliament for hundreds of years. And I think to make the argument that...
Well, Boris got rid of them, didn't he?
Boris got rid of them, but I think it's something, if I remember correctly, that was brought in within the last 10 years or so, and Parliament's obviously been around for centuries. So I think to make the argument now that governments, before we had this ethics appointee, was less ethical than it is now, I think is a difficult one to make, because it's not a position that's been around forever.
But the sins of your cabinet ministers, whether this is a sin or not, and it clearly isn't until found guilty, but until and unless found guilty. I've got to cover myself here because they are allegations only. But the sins of any any politician within the party tend to be visited now upon the Prime Minister, don't they? They're
Yes.
sort of held totally responsible.
Indeed, but that's quite common, of course, because the Prime Minister is the head of government and is seen as the person that's leading the country and leading the party. So any misconduct of any minister, whether or not it's Conor Burns in the Conservative Party, Rupert Huck in the Labour Party, of course, that racism scandal the other week about calling Kwasi Kwarteng superficially black. Keir Starmer acted similarly decisively. I think on the day removed the whip from Rupert Huck. So it is important that party leaders are seen to be on the right side of these scandals, and that's why Liz Truss has acted so decisively.
But this is the problem, I mean, for any party in government, but particularly one that's been in government for a long time and that is struggling at the moment and has had a series of issues. The Rupert Huck issue, yes, it was worrying, it made the top stories, then it disappeared. This is more damaging just for the very reason it's a party in government.
And not just that it's a party in government, but it is a party that has been plagued by these sorts of allegations for a very long time. I can't even count how many sleaze allegations that we have been talking about for months, if not years
Something like
now.
6 in the last 2 years, according to the papers today.
Precisely, which is why it is important that this new government administration, in what has been a very difficult couple of weeks for Liz Truss, is seen to be handling these situations of sleaze well. And we'll just have to wait for the conclusion of the investigation to see whether or not Conor Burns can get the whip withdrawn and perhaps rejoin the government as a minister.
As we say, at the moment, he denies any wrongdoing at all and says that he hasn't been even told what the allegations are. And he hopes that it will be dealt with as swiftly as the rush to judgment. And you can't help seeing that side of it as well. You know, it does need to be dealt with quickly, doesn't it?
Of course, and we've got to remember there are people at the centre of all of these stories, and obviously Conor has been affected by this. The person on the other side of this will have been affected by this, and we've got to remember that these are two people that we're talking about when we're talking about these issues. And of course, for both of them, we want the situation to be resolved as quickly as possible.
Yes, I mean, that's the thing. It's real people, not just a story, isn't it?
Mel says, thank you, Mel, already emailed in, said, we mustn't rush to judgment, presumptions and assumptions of guilt before the fact. Yes, but we won't know what the facts are for a long time, I guess. Morning, Stephen and Anne, says Andy from Leeds. I'm sat in a tent in the middle of a field in Norfolk on a metal detecting rally, watching you on my iPad. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
That sounds very exciting, actually. I've always fancied... Well, I say exciting.
A metal detecting rally, does that mean you know that there's a likely field with something in it?
There must be some stuff in it.
There's a reason to be there.
I've always fancied metal detecting, but I sort of suspect I would end up spending weekend after weekend finding nothing.
I think that's the way. Actually, any metal detectors, please do, or detectorists, is that what you're called?
I don't know.
Please do get in touch and tell us what it's like. Have you ever found anything interesting?
Metal detectives?
Yeah. It was the ultimate Christmas present about 20-odd years ago, wasn't it? It was the latest trend.
Yeah.
But clearly there are still people... And you do find things. I mean...
they do.
Stories all the time of Roman coins being found and little treasures and things.
It must be lovely to find something like that.
Yes.
I think.
It must be.
Very, very interesting.
But if you've got a rally going on, does that mean you're somewhere where everybody suspects there is something to find? Love to hear your story.
Yes, but it's like an Easter egg sort of rally thing where you know they've buried some stuff.
Oh, I see. That wouldn't be the same.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. I wonder... and I'll bet there are posh metal detectors, you know, very expensive ones and very ordinary ones as well. Do you think there'll be a certain sort of snobbery about it?
Oh, guaranteed. Guaranteed. Look, we're going to talk rail strikes in just a couple of minutes, but before we do, let's just tell you about a situation in Northern Ireland, should we?
Yes, in a place called Creelop.
Actually, it's Ireland, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in Ireland, just south of the border. 3 people have died following a huge explosion. It happened about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. A number of other people are now being treated for very serious injuries.
Well, the search and rescue operation involving sniffer dogs is ongoing, and the Prime Minister, Micheál Martin, has described it as very traumatic.
So let's cross to our Ireland reporter, Dougie Beattie, who will join us, hopefully, to tell us any more. Sun's not up yet there, Dougie, and still the search goes on.
Yes, welcome to Donegal. This is the most northern county in Ireland. I am at the town of Letterkenny, and this is the main population area inside Donegal. And probably about 12 miles up the road from here is Creeslock, and that is where this whole incident took place. Behind me now is the ambulances that actually would have ferried most of the injured to the hospital, the university hospital that is behind me. It must also be said that the fire and rescue and ambulance service from Northern Ireland, just about 30 miles across the border, have been involved helping out their neighbours here, and that goes on quite often across the border here, as it would anywhere inside Europe. But if I can explain this in the best way to you, if you've ever driven between Shrewsbury and Wales, there's a road there that takes you through, and there's a main population in. There's lots of little villages that are woven through, and they haven't got many people living in them, so they all share the same resources. And in Creeslock itself, actually, that was the only shop, the only post office, the only petrol station was the Apple Green store. And at 3:15, right when the school buses, etc., were coming in there to leave off children, a massive explosion ripped through that premises and killed 3 and has left many more injured. Now, through the night, many search and rescue operations have been going on. Heavy lifting equipment has been going in, but it has been a very, very slow process. Sniffer dogs involved in that, in order to try and find anybody that may be left in there. The word obviously was not good for 3, and it is expected that that may rise.
14 hours on or even more now, the fact that they're still searching, you would have thought perhaps that this would have been concluded by now. It begs the question just how bad the destruction has been.
Well, it was felt for miles around. The common thinking on this is that it was a gas explosion that caused it. There was apartments and so forth above it and behind it. So there was quite a lot of people living in this one area. So I suppose it's probably hard to find out as well who is where and trying to trace down people. So because of how it has collapsed, if you can imagine a petrol station with the canopies and so forth above it, if you can imagine how this shop has collapsed down in, they will be very, very slow at removing it in case they do any more damage to those that may be trapped underneath it. It is, I suppose, the problem with every emergency service. They have to think, do they go quickly or do they take things slower and maybe gain more out of it?
And just to underline it, at the moment it is simply thought, not simply, but it is thought to be a gas explosion.
Well, that's what the local thinking is on it. The Garda Síochána, the local police here, have not yet commented on that either way.
OK. Doogie, thanks very much indeed.
Now, it's a grim time if you're planning to get anywhere by train today, because you're going to face more travel disruption. 40,000 RMT and TSSA railway workers and 15 train operators are stopping work today over low pay and conditions.
It's the third strike affecting people this month, and train operators are advising everyone to check services before travelling.
Let's join now the RMT Union Secretary-General, Mick Lynch, who I think is at Euston Station. Hello there, and a very good morning to you. How long can you go on with this? It seems like stalemate continues.
Well, we'll go on until we get a settlement. We are waiting for the companies to change their position. They set out their stall. They've not offered us a pay rise. They've not offered us the guarantees on job security. And they want to rip up our conditions, shut every booking office in Britain, take all the guards off the train. So it's a very serious situation, and our members will keep going until we get a solution, and that will happen around the negotiating table if the government change their position.
I mean, it's interesting. We were talking to one of our viewers and listeners, Robert, in the last hour, who was a train driver for 30 years, still a member of the union. Of course, he has sympathy with the other union members and his mates who are still working on the trains. But he says any settlement, you've got to accept something which is reasonable. You've got to make sure you don't damage the rail industry by continuing this for too long.
Well, we're not damaging the rail industry. If you take Avanti West Coast, which is, where I'm standing outside now at Euston, they are destroying the industry. They can't run the service when we're not on strike. And the problem is the way that the railway is managed and the demands they're making on our members. We will adapt and negotiate to new conditions, and we've adapted new technology all along. But that doesn't explain why these members standing behind me now haven't had a pay rise for 3 years, while the companies are extracting £500 million in profit last year. The chief executive of First Group, who run Avanti West Coast and other railway companies, took over £1 million in salary last year, and he'll benefit from the tax breaks that the Tories want to give them. So we've got a basket case of a railway industry, and they're making demands on us that they know we can't accept. The managers know we can't accept them. The government's got to change their position so that we can get a deal that we can all be supportive of, but that's not in sight at the moment.
Do you accept, though, that there does have to be compromise on both sides?
I accept that. I negotiate pay deals and all sorts of restructuring deals every day of the week, and we do deals with companies all of the time. But compromise is a two-way thing. It's not just the workers that have got to compromise. So in Network Rail, they're making completely unreasonable demands on us. They want to rip up the safety regime on the railway. And on the train operating companies, for instance, they want to take all of the guards off the trains and shut all our booking offices. So both sides need to compromise, and we're in the business of compromise and making agreements. But at the minute, there's no sign of an agreement. There's no sign that the companies are going to come off the position that they had back in March when this dispute started.
Well, you talk about the company's position, and these are companies that you're dealing with. Why do you keep referring to government not moving in all of this? And I say that because Park has been in touch, who says Mr Lynch and Mr Whelan are calling these strikes for political reasons. They don't lose a penny from their six-figure salaries. Now, I'm sure you hear that all the time, but it's a point worth making, isn't it?
Well, you're just peddling cliches there. I don't have a six-figure salary, so that's nonsense. And nor does Mick Whelan, so you're just making it up, basically. This is not a political strike. The people behind me are not politicians. They're ordinary men and women that want a decent day's pay for a decent day's work, and that's what we're after. So the idea that this is some kind of political strike, you're just peddling nonsense, and I'm sick and tired of hearing it from politicians who come out with this rubbish, and journalists that just recycle it. It's so easy for you to just say this is a political strike. That's it's nonsense.
Well,
I don't know where you get it from. What we want is a pay deal. We want a set of conditions we can work with, and we want job security. That's nothing to do with politics.
Well, let's be quite clear. This isn't us, but this is us asking a question. This is us asking a question that one of our viewers and listeners has emailed in. Let's be clear. And you need
but it's rubbish. It's a nonsense idea that we are. What political programme are we peddling? These people behind me. What is the political angle in this dispute that you're alluding to?
Well, yeah, but the point is, this is what the public or some of the public.
Well, you said it's a political angle. What is the political angle that we're peddling?
Well, if you let me ask a question, the point is this is what someone has been in touch and asked us to ask you. Now, if that's what the public perception is, you need to have the public on side.
There is no political angle to this dispute.
Well, the political angle.
Say that again?
Well, ultimately, the political angle would be to bring down the Tory government, I guess.
Well, when have we ever said that? I haven't said that to you this morning. It's not on our stuff. We are here to settle an industrial dispute, which is about pay, conditions and jobs, as well as our pensions. It's up to the Tory party who they put in government. They have deposed at least 2 prime ministers without an election in the last 5 years. It's nothing to do with what railway workers are doing. We want a settlement to this dispute. And the idea that somehow 40,000 railway workers who are threatened with their jobs are going to bring down the government is a nonsense. It's peddling a myth, frankly. We want a settlement to an industrial dispute.
Now, you've said you're going to go on striking until you get the settlement that you want. A lot of members of the public, people who want to use the trains, are worried that this is going to affect Christmas now. Would you really do that to them?
Well, we're not doing anything to anyone. What we're after is a settlement. What they're saying to me when I get round the table is we want to sack 5,000 or 6,000 of your members. So their Christmas will be ruined if they don't have a job. Their Christmas will be ruined if they go for over 3 years now without a pay rise. And their Christmas will be ruined if they have their conditions chopped up and they're treated in a way that is entirely unacceptable. So our people are losing their money every time they go on strike. They're feeling a lot of pain, but they're determined to get a settlement because what's being asked of them is completely unreasonable. We're not here to upset the public. We're being forced into this position because of the demands that are made on us by these companies who want to extract more and more profit for very little return. And they're asking things that we cannot accept. And until we get a settlement, we will have to continue with this industrial dispute. That's all we're after, a settlement to a dispute.
Well, what is the unreasonable demands? Because I mean, and this isn't trying to blindside you. It's just clarification. Because some of the reports that we've seen were saying, well, one thing you're not happy is things like weekend working, overnight working that you don't want people to be forced into.
Well, our members work 24/7. They work right around the clock. They work all sorts of hours that most people wouldn't imagine. We run a 7-day railway. What they're saying to our members in maintenance, who already work 39 weeks of nights, is they want them to do 52 weeks of nights. And our members simply don't want to do that. They want a contract where they see their families every now and again. They want to play a part in their community. So they want to increase the unsocial hours. They want to do that without a pay rise for the last 3 years, as I've said. And they want to make demands on us that we cannot accept. They want us to have new contracts of employment, which are a version of fire and rehire that we've seen in so many companies. And they want to lower the rates of pay that new starters in our industry will have. They want to change our pensions so that they become less valuable. And everything that we have, they want to chop it up so they can make more money. So we want a contract of employment that we can deal with. And the demands that they're making, they know we cannot accept at the moment. If we were offered a deal that was acceptable, if it was based on what we currently have, we could make an agreement. But there's nothing there that we can accept at the moment.
OK, well, thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning. We know for time constraints we've got to let you go now, but thank you very much indeed for coming on. That's Mick Lynch there from Euston Station.
Cheers.
Let us know what you think. GB Views at gbnews.uk. Let's run you through some top stories now at 7:23. And according to Russian state news, a fuel tank was on fire on the Kerch Bridge in Crimea early this morning. Well, there we can see the pictures.
Terrible.
Ukraine's media has reported the incident as an explosion. Now, the bridge was opened in 2018. It links Crimea and Russia. It was built after Russian President Vladimir Putin annexed Crimea from Ukraine in 2014.
The SNP's deputy leader will tell delegates at the party's conference that Liz Truss is a symptom of the dysfunction at Westminster, not the cause. Keith Brown's speech will open the first in-person SNP conference since before the pandemic in Aberdeen. Mr Brown is also expected to condemn Labour, labelling the leader, Sir Keir Starmer, as just another Tony Blair.
There's been a rise in the number of NHS and emergency workers seeking help for suicidal thoughts. That's according to data from the Laura Hyde Foundation that shows 946 workers contacted the charity in the first 6 months of the year. They're calling on the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary to put mental health support to emergency workers at the forefront of their agenda.
And if you're planning a holiday, well, a new survey shows the pound's recent slide in value is affecting plans of millions of people planning their winter sun holidays. Apparently, the plans of 59% of UK adults previously considering booking a foreign holiday have been affected now. A quarter of respondents said fluctuating exchange rates mean they won't take an overseas trip in the coming months, whilst the same proportion will choose a cheaper destination.
Now, President Biden has made his most outspoken comments about Russia since the invasion of Ukraine in February.
He was speaking at a Democratic fundraiser in New York, and he warned that the world could face, quotes, Armageddon if Putin uses nuclear weapons to win the war.
Now, it comes as US intelligence claims that Putin's inner circle has confronted him on his mishandling of the war. Former CIA intelligence operative Anthony Schaffer gave us his perspective a little bit earlier on.
It is not part of NATO. There's no clear policy that I'm aware of, either with your military or our military, of what happens if, say, Putin pops one off in the Pacific. There's that submarine running around out there with this doomsday torpedo that can create tsunamis. There's no clear policy if he uses that against a non-NATO nation. So, and again, my experience is, and I was raised and mentored by the Reagan senior leadership, President Reagan was great with brinksmanship, but he always offered a diplomatic path out to basically give the Russians a path to de-escalate. I just don't see that happening here, and I think that's what makes it more dangerous than the 1980s.
Well, let's talk to Robert Fox, Defence Editor of the Evening Standard, who's here. Morning to you, Robert.
Good morning.
What do you make of what Anthony Shaffer had to say?
Well, I think he was being more political than professional, if I may say. It's this neo-isolationist view that is becoming quite apparent over Ukraine, both in the US and in Europe. And you see an opinion poll saying only 45% of young people in the UK support Britain's activities over Ukraine. It's because Ukraine is getting very, very tough. And Ukraine is going to go on at this rate through next year. It could go through the entire year. And we're running out of ammunition, amongst other things. It is going to be very costly. And when Liz Truss is asking for cuts in the MOD, and yet we're going on supporting Ukraine, it's a nice one. But I disagree with Colonel Shaffer on this. Alliances aren't only bound by the letter of the law. It's the spirit of the law. And we have decided, through things like the Organisation for the Security and Cooperation in Europe, a big mouthful, but the Helsinki Treaty, this and the UN Charter, this country, Ukraine, is entitled to be a sovereign, independent nation, struggling to establish its form, which is quite questionable at times, of democracy. So that means it's an ally. Are you going to let it go down the tubes? Which is the logical conclusion of the Shaffer argument. By the way, I don't want to pick him out, because it's a very common strand now. And we'll hear more of it through the winter, particularly as people go cold, they're having to turn down the gas, that we're going to run out of gas.
Ukraine exhaustion could set in.
And this plays to the psychological warfare, I suspect, of Putin. But Putin's psychological warfare is being very, very crude at the moment, because as we heard on September the 30th, when he announced the annexation, the big speech, and then going out to the rally, it's not that he wants to grab this recalcitrant, rebellious area of what should be Russia, grab it back, Ukraine. It's the West in general. And that's the thing that is so dangerous, is that he's flailing because his favourite instrument is failing, namely the Russian army.
Yes, he's like a bully who's now having to realise. In fact, isn't it true that he's said to people, if I go down with Ukraine, I'm going to bring down the rest of Europe with me, and that's the worry. Is that why President Biden said what he did?
I think that's it. It's now you see me, now you don't, though, because I think Biden actually has been quite shrewd about this. Because as far as I can make out, and I'm rolling my eyes in the distance, journalists should never prophesy about this, but I think he's talking about Armageddon and nuclear and a response to nuclear, and the response, quite clearly, is not going to be nuclear. And you've probably seen something of now.
You've lost me there.
Well, you've seen the side of it, Andrew, just today. What was the story that you ran? I'm not playing you a starter for 10, but before Crimea. They have made it clear, the messages have gone, that they'll take out the Black Sea Fleet, that they could turn off the water if they get into Kherson, or into Crimea, and they could lose the whole thing that started it. Crimea. And there's that kind of thing. The other thing that is worrying people is that Putin is as good as his word, because he has started, according to really forward-thinking analysts, on his hybrid war against the West. Look, we heard about the 5 holes in the pipeline, Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. That is only about a quarter of what they've been up to this year already. On communications, they've had a go at one of the big gas onshore switching stations on the west coast of Norway. The Danish, Norwegian and Swedish fleets have been extremely active, and there's no doubt that it's pretty clear too that an American surveillance flight by a Poseidon P-8 aircraft, the kind of which the Brits now have again, actually tracked something happening at the moment of the explosions on the pipeline. It's pretty clear that it was a submarine activity. Because the name that will come up, is it Giga? It's Guga. will come up. It hasn't been mentioned yet, but it's in American military seminar circles. This is the underwater version of the old KGB FSB. It is an underwater sabotage outfit, and they have been active in the Black Sea already, and they think they may have been responsible for this activity on the pipelines. So it's going to be an attack on infrastructure.
We're already in a Cold War, then.
Yes, we're Cold War, which is it's heating up. It's getting tepid, if you see what I mean. And I think that this is the real warning. I mean, one of the great experts from open sources over the years in Britain is a man called Dr. Chris Donnelly. He invented Soviet studies at Sandhurst, and he has spotted this. His latest warning to the world, in very well written, discreet, very short papers, is that actually what Putin was saying at that rally on September the 30th, we're in the hybrid war already, and we truly are. In a way, it's convenient that we're so fixated, for obvious reasons, on Ukraine and what's happening in the east and the south, and it's pretty bloody and very, very nasty. But there's an awful lot going on in and around and behind it, and the Ukrainians are playing a brilliant and very ruthless hand, because it's now absolutely clear the Ukrainians are telling, as I've said to you frequently, are telling, if I can be really Irish about it, far from everything, even to their close allies, the UK and the US.
And also those other countries you've already mentioned, like Finland, like Norway, know that if we give up Ukraine, if we don't help Ukraine, and Putin has his way in Ukraine, other countries will fall.
This is what the Baltics, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. Sorry, we're not playing sort of geographic trivial pursuit,
but
it is really important. But also, when we say, and the Ministry of Defence is being quite slow in some ways, it is absolutely clear the message from what people like Chris Donnelly are saying and advising, and what we're discovering more and more about the pipelines, is the Brits have got to step up to it. We will have to protect our North Sea platforms. They are all vulnerable because we know there has been messing around with underwater communications and the information systems, the IT behind big food distribution centres as far away as Texas.
Look, Robert, we're out of time.
Really? You surprised me.
I know.
Shocking,
we
isn't it?
We are. Good to talk to you, though. Thank you very much.
Thank you both.
Brilliant to talk to you. God.
Yeah. I thought I'd share your Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. In fact, that's what we've been asking everybody. Please get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Say something to cheer us all up.
Oh, yes, please. Yes, please. Just a quick one then about porridge. Oh. Stephen says the favourite breakfast most of us cyclists before a big ride. 350 mils of milk, ramekin full of oats, 3 minutes in the microwave and a spoon of strawberry jam.
Sounds nice.
There you go.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yes, we're getting lots of recipes.
Send your recipes through. gbviews@gbnews.uk, and Aidan's here with the sport in just a moment.
Hello, very good morning to you. It's the weekend and it's a chilly start for some, but plenty of sunshine this morning, and most places are going to stay dry and fine through the day. There is more wind and rain on the way, and that's for later Sunday, courtesy of this low and this weather system waiting in the wings in the Atlantic. But ahead of that, a ridge of high pressure building in following the clearance of Friday's cold front. That's pushing into the continent. Most places are waking up to bright skies, but a bit of a chill in the air. Nevertheless, it will soon warm up. And for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland, as well as much of Northern Ireland, it's going to stay dry through the day. 1 or 2 showers perhaps first thing for northwest England, but otherwise sunny spells and feeling pleasant enough in the sunshine with lighter winds 16 to 18 Celsius. Not so much the case for northern and western Scotland. We've got further showers to come through the day here, and thickening cloud as well as a freshening breeze by the end of the day. Now overnight the weather turns increasingly unsettled towards the northwest. First we've got the winds picking up. That will certainly be noticeable across Northern Ireland and Scotland, with gales or even severe gales for exposed coasts of western Scotland. Then the rain arrives by dawn. But ahead of all of that, a different story for England and Wales. Here, lighter winds, clear spells and a bright start once again to Sunday. Again, a chilly start for many, especially for sheltered parts of central England and East Wales. but it stays mostly dry and bright for England and Wales. I think it will turn increasingly cloudy towards the west. Northern Ireland and Scotland, meanwhile, wet and windy weather increasingly pushes through here. Gales for exposed coasts and feeling unpleasant with that wind and rain. But 16, 17 Celsius for central and southeastern areas in the sunshine. Won't feel too bad at all for an October Sunday. Monday, mostly dry and bright for many once any early showers have eased away. Tuesday, a chilly start, but looking fine.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christie. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
It is 7:38. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Yeah, we'll tell you why we're giggling in a moment. Should we take a look at today's front pages first?
Well, no, we haven't got any. So there you go.
Oh, well, that's fine then.
There you go.
That's
They're very
easy
nice.
then.
So instead, let's talk to broadcaster Pete Price and writer Candice Holdsworth.
Yeah, and the reason we were giggling is because Pete Price has been telling us off for having too many mugs.
Clutter. Too much clutter.
But
It's breakfast.
But everybody's breakfast table is cluttery, isn't it?
Mine isn't. Mind you, I do live alone.
Rubbish.
I do live alone.
Bet it's cluttery in your kitchen. Right, what are we going to start with?
Well, we'll start with the Star, Candice, and candles.
Yes.
Let's buy 4 candles.
Yes, so there is a story in the Star. Apparently, there's been a 50% increase from candle wholesalers in the sale of candles. People are starting to stockpile in anticipation of blackouts. So that's very interesting. I mean, people are already starting to think ahead. I know in countries like Italy, restaurants have been just having candlelit dinners now. They're not even turning on their electricity at all. I know it's not a great situation in which to be using candles, but it does look quite beautiful and quite romantic.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's as long as you're careful with them. And...
I was going to say, you've got to be careful.
Yeah.
Seriously, because a lot of people don't realise how dangerous they are. But I always wonder when this happens is when it's the company who owns the candles that start this little bit. We've got a big chunk here we need to get rid of.
Yeah, yeah.
But doesn't everybody have a little, bag of candles underneath the sink or something in the cupboard? Me too, I do. Yeah.
I used to have a nightlight when I go to sleep.
Yeah.
And if that blew out, I had nightmares.
But we've had lots of people already contacting us saying that, get a hurricane lamp now and put the candle in that, and then you don't have to worry too much about setting the place on fire. Just be sensible.
More clutter.
Yes, it is more clutter, of course it is, but there's something nice and friendly about clutter.
Oh, there is.
I wonder how many people get the joke on the front page of the Star. You got it.
Oh, what is it? Oh, there you go. There you go.
It's the Four Candles.
Four Candles. Love it. It's a classic. It's a classic. The old two Ronnie, see, they were crackers.
And that's one of the, and it's on YouTube if you ever want to look at the Four Candles.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Now, Pete, let's talk Eurovision, should we?
Woohoo!
I was very quiet the first hour, and I am exploding inside Nolpois, Glasgow, Liverpool hosting the Eurovision. I am so excited. It was crazy in Liverpool yesterday. Commiserations to Glasgow, which I love, absolutely. But we did the most amazing thing for the MTV European Awards, which was 2008, and it was spectacular. What they did, the way they put it together. Graham Norton announced it on The One Show last night on BBC. That must have been their best ever figures. Not my favourite programme in the world.
Where will they do it in Liverpool?
There'll be the Echo Arena, which is now called the M&S Arena. But everyone, the council have worked incredibly hard. The culture, Liverpool have worked hard. And there's a platform called The Guide Liverpool, which I do some work with, and Jay Hind owns it. And David had done the video, which was the official video that went out, which is worth looking at because it's beautiful. It's made. We've got Liverpool, the Beatles, we've got Sonia, we've got no, I love Sonia. I was joking when I did that. Sonia, I'm sorry about that. Honestly, we party in Liverpool. It is so exciting. But the hotels have started.
Yes, that's
naughty, naughty. And the one hotel has said £799 for a single room, for one single bed. And the hotel, I'm not going to mention it, you wouldn't even walk in it for £1, let alone $799.
That is wrong.
It is.
But that hotels to already triple.
Already, yeah.
Well, one of our viewers said they've gone up by tenfold.
Yeah. No, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I haven't said that. If anybody wants to rent my house, no,
we're all coming to stay with you.
Right. No, but we're so joking about. We're so excited. But to finish off, wouldn't it be brilliant if we got a British winner?
Wouldn't it?
Oh.
Wouldn't that be fabulous? And even better if they came from Liverpool.
We need a Scouse contestant.
A Scouse contestant.
Yes, well, you'd have to.
Yeah. It's got to be done. Let's go.
Yeah.
We should all be proudly Scouse. That's what I say.
Will it mean a lot to the city itself?
Oh, unbelievable.
Will it mean money to the city?
Oh, drastic amount of money. So many people are talking about coming from Australia already, and it's huge. It's the biggest thing. And, you know, we've got the wealth of hotels, we've got a wealth of restaurants now, we've got so many places to go to. It's exciting, and we need that money.
Yeah, it's good investment in the city.
We should enter Paul McCartney. I always used to say that when I was little. Why don't we just enter the Beatles? Yes. But, you know, we should enter Paul McCartney for it. That would be quite good.
Yeah, but say he didn't win.
I know.
He would not show face.
How could he not?
I know, that'd be awful.
And by the way, Love Me Do is 60 years old tomorrow. The first song, 60 years old tomorrow, Love Me Do.
Oh, it doesn't even sound that old. That's an age.
I know, isn't that amazing?
So that meant McCartney, for instance, who's 80 now, would have been 20 then. I thought.
And I was 16.
Younger.
I was standing outside the cavern, 16 years old.
Were you?
Yep.
Amazing. Candice, to more serious matters, in the Telegraph, Moscow troops are not as brave, say Ukrainians.
Yes. Well, this is a story...
Well, they don't want to be there the same, do they?
Well, exactly, they don't. I mean, they're saying that the balance of power has shifted now. So in the beginning, the Russians were really setting the pace, but now the Ukrainians feel like they are, and they're outgunning the Russians. I mean, they seem to be running out of arms and very low on morale. I mean, we all know that there's been big resistance to this mobilization in Russia. So, I mean, you know, what's going to happen next? You know, people are predicting a range of outcomes now. Will Putin collapse, or will he do something desperate? You know, so I mean, everyone's very happy for the Ukrainians that they're advancing, but when an enemy is cornered, you just don't know what they'll do. So...
No, this is the worry, isn't it? And all this nuclear talk, of course.
Oh, exactly. Yes.
Causing a lot of concern.
And a lot of commentators say they don't think Putin is bluffing. They think he's desperate enough, and this has been so humiliating for him and such a big miscalculation that he is possibly capable of using one, which is just terrifying, you know. And it's so difficult to know where to go next, you know.
Yeah, it is.
There's only one answer. The only answer is for one of his own to take him out.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the only answer.
I agree entirely.
That's what's really worrying, because anybody else did it, then the Russians would turn against us completely. It needs to be one of his own. I'd love to know what's really going on in Russia. what really they think.
I mean, it happened in Nazi Germany in
Yeah.
the end, isn't it? A lot of the people around Hitler tried to take him out, and would have succeeded probably in the end if it had gone on long enough. They didn't do it soon enough. Pete, in the Mirror, a jab crisis with the
Front
COVID
page.
boosters.
Yeah. Millions of older people are still not getting the COVID-19 boosters, and they really need to. The fears are growing. An autumn wave is coming upon us. It hasn't gone away. It just shows you that when the media and programmes were always going on about it, people did get the jab. And for people who are anti-jab, without us getting the jab, we wouldn't be where we are today.
Yeah.
I've had my fourth. I've got to be honest, I wasn't well after my fourth one, and I wasn't going to say that publicly, but I need to.
No, I'll say it publicly too. Yeah. I've had my fourth, and I wasn't well either.
Yeah.
No, I was a bit under the weather.
Yeah,
Fine.
but
whatever's in it is strong.
But so for one day, I know you were bad.
I was bad for about a week.
But you must have it. You really must have it.
Well,
It's
we were all
so
rotten
important.
after the first one, weren't
Yeah.
we? Everyone was pretty much rotten after the first one. So, but it's
Have you had jabs, young lady?
Yeah, but not the third and fourth. No. I mean, it's not
too
really
young.
recommended.
Oh yeah, I
Too
forgot.
young.
Sorry.
Yeah.
See, it goes that way, doesn't it? The age has gone up like that.
Yeah, it does,
Way
yeah.
up like that.
Yeah.
The wave.
Yeah.
You eating sweets?
No, I'm not. How dare you? I'm just having my tea, though. Let's have a quick look at onesies to keep warm, Candice.
Yes, so that's a story in The Guardian. So relevant now, especially the stuff we've been talking about with blackouts. Now people are looking how to keep warm. So sales of onesies, which were kind of a novelty a few years ago, have suddenly had another spike, a dramatic spike in sales.
They are very warm.
They are very warm.
They are.
Yeah.
I mean, we bought one for my toddler, actually, to wear at night. It keeps him so warm. It really is. I mean, it just locks the heat in. I know Martin Lewis has been offering advice on his column about that, on his website about that, heating the human while saving energy costs.
I've got a wearable blanket. Have you seen those as well?
Yeah.
Oh, they're nice. Yeah.
Enormous
Yeah.
blankety things. I mean, really thick and
Oodies or something.
Yeah, with a hole for your head and a hood.
I've got a Superman.
good, that
I've got a Superman onesie. I look at.
You've got I bet you do.
Rat.
I want to see a picture of that.
Unnecessary on that one. Look, we need to leave it there. Pete, Candice, thank you both very much indeed. We'll catch up with you in the next hour. We're just going to take a short break and then we're back with more.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Oh, now, cost of living crisis, energy, bills going up, all the rest of it. It is a concern for very nearly everybody in this country. And we know what the government's going to do about it, and a lot of people saying, well, it's not enough. But what about Labour's plan for energy and the cost of living crisis? Let's talk to Shadow Employment Rights and Protection Minister Justin Madders, who joins us now. Good morning to you. It's nice to see you. Look, it's one thing criticising the government, and you know, the Labour Party does that, and lots of people are doing that at the moment. But we need an alternative then, don't you? You've got to make an alternative argument. How would the Labour Party deal with this crisis that we're in at the moment?
Well, we actually announced our plans back in August, and we said we would keep the energy price cap where it is at the moment. But I think there's a two-pronged approach, actually. You've not only got to deal with the immediate issues with the increase in energy costs, you've also got to have a long-term plan to make sure we're not in this position again. That means improving energy security and making the most of the natural resources that we have in this country, which means that we've got to get back wind power, we've got to get more investment in solar, in nuclear, in hydrogen. There are lots of ways that we can invest in our futures to make sure that we're not so reliant on fossil fuels and world energy price spikes in the future.
And that's where you would probably come under a lot of criticism, or in for a lot of criticism, isn't it? Because so many people at the moment just feel we're in a crisis, we need something done immediately, really. We do need energy security, but they're not prepared to pay for anything green or renewable at the moment because that requires long-term investment.
It does require long-term investment, but the sooner we start with that, the sooner we will reap the dividends. There's plenty of studies out there that show that the longer you leave this investment, the more expensive it becomes. But actually what we have said is there is immediate help on offer. We've come up with our price cap, and actually, crucially, we've explained how we're going to pay for it as well. We've made very clear that we will do more with the windfall tax that was belatedly introduced by the government earlier this year, and that will actually ensure that our plans are costed. And it's obviously one of the reasons why we've had this economic turmoil in the last couple of weeks is because the government came forward with plans and they didn't have any explanation as to how they were going to pay for them.
Well, that's settled down somewhat. The markets have settled somewhat on that one. But this is about providing. I mean, it's one thing to be an opposition party, isn't it? It's another thing to be an opposition party in the run-up to an election, which is a maximum of 2 years away now, if not sooner. You've got to reach. Are you sitting down? Is the shadow cabinet sitting down and actually putting together clear policy objectives now?
Yes, they are. And the conference, which was just a couple of weeks ago, had a raft of policy announcements every day, talking about investment in breakfast clubs, dealing with the NHS workforce crisis, investment in green new energy, improving workers' rights. Every day there were a whole series of announcements which we think will dramatically transform the way this country works for the better. So we are shaping up for government. Obviously, the polls are very positive at the moment. The Conservatives are in meltdown. But we also know that we have got to convince people that we are right for this country, that we're a responsible government, and that we have the solutions to the many challenges that we face. I think we are in a very good position to do that now.
Certainly you face interesting times, don't you? As Stephen was saying, the next general election is likely to be announced probably within 18 months, maybe just a bit longer than that. What would be the best time for you in the Labour Party to face a general election, do you think?
Well, we would like an election straight away because the longer that this country has a Conservative government, the more damage is done. It's pretty clear already, isn't it, that the country have made up their minds about Liz Truss in not a favourable way at all. If this is meant to be her honeymoon period, which all prime ministers have, then I think the Tory party are looking for a very quick divorce. But people are already feeling the impact of her premiership. They're going to be paying far more in their mortgages. We know that there are many challenges in the cost of living crisis that are still not being addressed. So the sooner that we can get rid of this government, the better. I feel, obviously, that the Conservative Party are not going to go for a general election when they're so far behind in the polls, and we may be waiting for rather longer than we would like.
We've only got 30 seconds left. I'm intrigued, though. I mean, Labour says, you know, you want to work for the benefit of the country. Keep calling for a general election now. That's the worst thing for the country, isn't it, actually, because it would put politics on hold again for another month, 2 months at least?
The worst thing for this country is a Conservative government, and you can see the damage that's been done with just 1 month of Liz Truss's leadership. Can you imagine what state we're going to be in 18 months, 2 years' time, if she's allowed to continue? We absolutely need to get rid of this government as soon as possible.
OK, Justin Madders, we need to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for
Thank
talking
you.
to us this morning. Let us know what you think. GB Views, gbnews.uk.
We've got much more to come. Stay with us.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's the weekend and it's a chilly start for some, but plenty of sunshine this morning and most places are going to stay dry and fine through the day. There is more wind and rain on the way, and that's for later Sunday, courtesy of this low and this weather system waiting in the wings in the Atlantic. But ahead of that, a ridge of high pressure building in following the clearance of Friday's cold front that's pushing into the continent. Most places are waking up to bright skies, but a bit of a chill in the air. Nevertheless, it will soon warm up. And for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland, as well as much of Northern Ireland, it's going to stay dry through the day. 1 or 2 showers perhaps first thing for northwest England, but otherwise sunny spells and feeling pleasant enough in the sunshine with lighter winds 16 to 18 Celsius. Not so much the case for northern and western Scotland. We've got further showers to come through the day here and thickening cloud as well as a freshening breeze by the end of the day. Now overnight the weather turns increasingly unsettled towards the northwest. First we've got the winds picking up. That will certainly be noticeable across Northern Ireland and Scotland with gales or even severe gales for exposed coasts of western Scotland. Then the rain arrives by dawn. But ahead of all of that, a different story for England and Wales. Here, lighter winds, clear spells and a bright start once again to Sunday. Again, a chilly start for many, especially for sheltered parts of central England and East Wales. But it stays mostly dry and bright for England and Wales. I think it will turn increasingly cloudy towards the west. Northern Ireland and Scotland, meanwhile, wet and windy weather increasingly pushes through here. Gales for exposed coasts and feeling unpleasant with that wind and rain. But 16, 17 Celsius for central and southeastern areas in the sunshine. Won't feel too bad at all for an October Sunday. Monday, mostly dry and bright for many once any early showers have eased away. Tuesday, a chilly start, but looking fine.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christie. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
A Conservative MP has been sacked from government following allegations of misconduct.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 8th of October. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK on your TV, your radio and online. So wherever you are, take us with you today. These are your top stories.
Well, a Conservative MP has now been sacked. This time it follows allegations of misconduct at the Tory party conference last week. The UK Junior Trade Minister, Conor Burns, had only been in position for a month, but was fired with immediate effect and has had the whip suspended whilst the incident is investigated.
A major search operation is underway for survivors after 3 people were killed in an explosion at a service station in County Donegal in Ireland. It happened yesterday afternoon on the outskirts of Creeslough.
President Joe Biden has warned the world could face Armageddon if Vladimir Putin uses a tactical nuclear weapon to try to win the war in Ukraine, and saying this is the closest the world has come to nuclear catastrophe since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
And some good news for you this morning. Liverpool has been picked to host the Eurovision Song Contest, with the grand final taking place on the 13th of May.
Great news. As ever, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Well, let's just kick straight off with our main news this morning. Yesterday, the Trade Minister, Conor Burns, was sacked by the Prime Minister following complaints of serious misconduct earlier this week.
He's the MP for Bournemouth West, and he's also had the Tory whip suspended for allegations of inappropriate behaviour at the annual Conservative conference.
Well, meanwhile, Mr Burns is accusing the Tory party of rushing to judgment, but says he will fully cooperate with the investigation and is looking forward to clearing his name.
Well, with us now is the former Special Advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley. Hello there. How would you advise Conor Burns to behave at the moment? I mean, at the moment he's complaining that he doesn't even know what the allegations are.
Well, good morning. I think it's absolutely right that Conor tweeted last night that he was going to cooperate fully with the inquiry. That's the right thing to do. I think the allegations that have come forward have been described as serious. So when serious allegations come forward, you need a serious response. That's why the Prime Minister and the Chief Whip have acted swiftly and decisively. Conor, as you rightly said at the top of the programme, is no longer sitting as a Conservative MP. He has lost his role as a Trade Minister in the government, and an inquiry will take place, and we need to wait for those findings to be concluded.
But it's very difficult, isn't it? Because whatever the conclusions are of this inquiry, it's that people go along the whole no smoke without fire line, don't they? He is tarnished, whatever the outcome.
It is the allegations that have come forward have been described as serious. So you have to take that into account. I mean, we don't know what they are, and there's speculation in the papers today. But information has obviously come to the Chief Whip. And on previous occasions, under a previous government, it might have been the case that those that were in power didn't act quickly enough and didn't take the steps that were needed to ensure that people feel as though they are protected if there are allegations that come forward. It is unfortunate that, yes, as you say, it has been made public, that Conor Burns' name is out there, but he has said that he will cooperate fully and he's determined to clear his name. But we just now need to see the investigation take place and the inquiry that the Conservative Party will conduct and wait for those findings.
And it's awfully important, then, that it happens very quickly because, I mean, if the man is innocent, it's terrible that his name is being tarnished in this way and that he's been sacked from his job. And obviously, if he is guilty of anything and he denies it utterly, then then he has to face the consequences. But it's got to be done quickly. We can't dither over this, can we?
Quite right. I mean, I think there are a number of instances that the Conservative Party are still looking into on previous occasions. It is absolutely right that I think the Prime Minister will want to have this concluded as quickly as possible, as would Conor, as would the victim or the alleged victim or those that came forward to make the complaint in the first place. But
so why has it taken so long? I mean, you mentioned there are others that are outstanding still, and we're talking about months ago.
Well, I think what the difference on this occasion is that the previous events that have taken place, other MPs, other areas of investigation that the Conservative Party are looking into, whilst you want it to be conducted swiftly, it also has to be conducted thoroughly. And it's only with a thorough investigation that you will get an outcome that can really draw a line under all of these instances.
Who would do that, Number 10 or Conservative Party headquarters?
In this particular case, my understanding it's the Conservative Party that will be looking into the matter. So the information came to light to the Chief Whip and the Prime Minister. They've acted swiftly and decisively, and it will now be passed over to the Conservative Party to conduct that inquiry.
It is a big blow for Liz Truss, though, just because of the optics. We're fed up of talking about optics at the moment. We had it all with a mini-budget, and now with something like this. It looks, whatever else, it looks bad. It looks bad for her, it looks bad for the party. Well, there's no getting away from that, is there?
Well, it's not something you want to read about. You know, obviously, when anything you want to read about in the paper about the Conservative Party or the government, you want it to be a positive news story. You want it to be about how the Conservative Party and the government are delivering for the people of this country, and what better job that they can do versus Labour. You had Justin Madders on there talking about a number of policy areas that are just totally uncosted and unfunded. So any message that the Conservative Party and the government wants to put out, you want it to be a positive news story. This isn't. That's absolutely right, which is absolutely why it has to be conducted swiftly and thoroughly. But the Prime Minister has also got a responsibility for all of the members that are part of the party. Any member of the public that has an issue that needs to come, that wants to come forward and raise a particular point, they should feel safe to do so. And the Prime Minister has acted swiftly and decisively in this case.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that, sleaze or allegations or implications of sleaze can bring a Prime Minister down if they're not seen to be in control. One goes back to the days of John Major when gradually, in fact, it went back to Margaret Thatcher, didn't it, at one point? Gradually, it seemed like they were losing so many ministers, it was careless. And it started to look as though the Prime Minister wasn't in control, and that's the most important thing, isn't it? A leader must be seen to be in control.
Totally. And I think this is a demonstration that this is a new Prime Minister. It's obviously a break from the past. Under Boris Johnson, as I say, there were a number of issues that were that took place where I think part of his downfall was down to the fact that members of Parliament and his own party felt that he didn't act swiftly enough, or the party and the whips there didn't act swiftly enough when allegations of misconduct came forward. Liz Truss is clearly determined to ensure that anybody that falls below the standard of public life will find themselves under a subject of investigation, and that's what's happened here.
Interestingly about appearing in control, though, because Liz Truss did not seem in control when she was effectively forced by your old boss, Michael Gove, to drop the 45p tax rate reduction.
Well, I think there was a debate to be had about that particular policy. I think Michael was probably saying what a lot of people were thinking. I think, if you were to ask him, he's a Conservative like everybody else. We want to cut taxes. Everybody wants to see taxes come down. I think the debate was more or less around when the time is right to do so. Look, it's no crime to want to cut tax, and it's no crime to come into office to want to get things done and go for growth, as the Prime Minister has repeatedly said. But it's all a question of timing, and you've got to bring people with you. And by her own admission, it was a policy that might have gone too far, too fast. She's learnt from that. There was a change of tact, she left the conference hall, I think, with the full support of the membership, and will go on to lead the country in the months ahead.
What's it like to be a special advisor to somebody like Michael Gove? Does he listen? Do they listen? They're special advisors. You get this idea that they have lots of special advisors, but they're very strong personalities and very experienced on their own right. Do they really listen to you?
Well, I had a brilliant time working for Michael, but I have to say I did have the title of special advisor, but during that time I neither felt particularly special or gave any kind of advice, because he was brilliant. He's a brilliant politician. He's been in the cabinet.
Well, what did you do then?
For years. Well, I did my bit, but as I say, he's a brilliant politician, has been in the cabinet for many, many years, I don't think he needed my advice at all. He's a great man.
Okay.
Will he ever be Prime Minister?
Sorry?
Will he ever be Prime Minister?
I think we've got a brilliant Prime Minister in place. There's no vacancy, and I think...
Ever?
Well, I think, you'd have to ask him, but I would imagine that were there to be a vacancy, there are other people who are coming through the ranks who would probably
he's
better
always
place.
still there, though, isn't he?
Sir Humphrey, good to talk to you this morning.
Thank you very much.
I have to say,
I tell you what,
very, very good. A serious pro. Charlie, thanks very much.
Talking of the Labour Shadow Minister we were talking to a minute ago, Alan has emailed in, says, your interview with him has convinced me to vote Conservative.
Yeah.
And Susan says, give Liz Truss a chance. With a Labour government, we will suffer. I'm voting neither. We need a change. I'm voting reform. Fresh start, better policies.
Then you said give Liz Truss a chance.
Yes,
You've confused me there, Susan.
Yeah.
You've confused me.
Well, I suppose but haven't we got to give Liz Truss a chance? Because we can't have a general election in the next few weeks, can we?
Well, for whatever you vote, we can't do that now because we've got to get on with trying to sort the country out.
Yes,
basically.
Exactly. Then we've got Christmas, and then we've got the coronation.
Yes.
So there's lots to look forward to.
Yes, thankfully.
If we can afford it.
This is not to look forward to, though, sadly. President Biden has made his most outspoken comments about Russia since the invasion of Ukraine in February.
He was speaking at a Democratic fundraiser in New York, and he warned that the world could face Armageddon if Putin uses nuclear weapons to win the war.
Now, it comes as US intelligence claims that Putin's inner circle has apparently confronted him on his mishandling of the war. Well, former CIA intelligence operative Anthony Shaffer gave us his perspective a little bit earlier on, and he was saying that he thought the language used by President Biden was not helpful at this stage.
Which is also what President Macron has said. But Anthony Shaffer also said that, because he's a former CIA operative, he said that whenever they war game this sort of scenario, it always ends up with nuclear Armageddon.
So maybe the president was right,
actually.
Let's head to Kyiv and advisor to President Zelensky, Alexander Rodnansky. Good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Look, how concerned is President Zelensky about the nuclear threat from Russia? He gave an interview yesterday, didn't he, where he seemed to say this was, as far as he was concerned, a very real threat that the rest of the world really needs to be taking seriously.
Yes, absolutely. So it is concerning. I mean, Russia has made a lot of claims. They've obviously, warned that they would use nuclear weapons if they had to, that if the war was going to escalate, that this is the method of last resort for them. So it is concerning, no question. On the other hand, we have to understand that if Russia does, cross that threshold, then it is really a new epoch that we're entering, and it's not going to end well for Russia too. So hopefully they're prudent about this. Hopefully they are rational to some extent. But let's see what happens.
That President Biden used the words that he did. Would you use those words? Would you say that the likelihood, if Putin pushes a nuclear button, that there will be a nuclear response?
Well, I would say that the risks of a nuclear attack or the use of nuclear weapons for the first time since 1945, remember there's never been a use of tactical nuclear weapons, for example, that risk has risen substantially since, the referendums, since what Russia did recently, since the formal annexations by Russia. Obviously, that's the only country that really recognized that as an annexation. Nobody else thinks about those regions as being annexed. So the risks have risen because Putin is desperate to stop the war or freeze the front lines by any means possible, and he's failing to do that. And so perhaps he's thinking that the only way to do that is through the use of a nuclear attack or tactical nukes.
What do you think about the language used by President Biden?
Well, I think it's very explicit. Obviously, it's for President Biden to explain. But I think he's not wrong in some sense. There is a risk of a nuclear war between nuclear powers, and that would mean Armageddon.
And what of the warning to other countries? Because everybody in Europe is very aware that if Ukraine falls, and we all pray it won't, if Ukraine falls, other countries are under threat. Do you think that likely too?
Well, if there is a direct confrontation between different countries now, not just Ukraine and Russia directly, then of course other countries are at risk. Yeah.
OK, well, look, Alexander Rodnansky, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you very much indeed. It's hugely difficult. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, that, was it Pete saying earlier on this has got to happen from within, really? And we know these, apparently US intelligence saying that Putin has been sort of called to task a little bit by his inner circle. The problem with that is, of course, that the members of the inner circle...
You don't know who you're going to get anyway, do you?
Well, no, but they just disappear, don't they?
Yes.
So, it takes sort of a brave man to try and tackle Putin on this one. But it is the only way it's going to end, I think.
One would hope that the people he surrounds himself with are wiser than he when it comes to the choice of whether to use nuclear weapons. But they may not be. We've had former Russian commentators in, haven't we, who said, be careful what you wish for, because some of the generals surrounding Putin are madder than him.
Anyway. Look, let's move on to a situation in Ireland for you, where 3 people have died following an explosion in Ireland yesterday afternoon. A number of others being treated for serious injuries.
A search and rescue operation involving sniffer dogs is ongoing, with the police describing the event as a serious incident.
And the Irish Prime Minister, Micheál Martin, has described it as very traumatic.
Well, our reporter over there in Ireland, Dougie Beattie, joins us from Creesloch now. Oh, hello, and the sun is up behind you, so we can see the devastation behind you. Can you describe to us what it looks like?
Yes, well, I'm in the village of Creesloch. It sits in the Errigal Mountains. Just behind me is the petrol station in question. Well, it's more than a petrol station. It's a shop. It's a post office. It's the only one in this village. I've just driven through many of the string of villages that brings us here through these mountains. This is only probably wouldn't be a mile long, this street, and on it is probably every emergency vehicle that you could ever think of. In the shop itself now, there is a heavy-duty excavator. It is digging through, and above it is 2 men in a high-ab crane looking down with heat-seeking cameras, etc., looking for any movement in that rubble as they move it. So they're moving the rubble by hand and then going in and then taking piece by piece, taking it away in heavy sections and then keep on going. It is a very, very slow and laborious job, but they have to do it this way. They have to get to see, is there anybody else in there? Of course, this happened at 3:15 when this village would have been very, very busy indeed. Lots of school children, etc., getting off the bus here, probably to meet their parents, because, as we've discussed before, these villages all share schools, they all share resources, so the chances are that many of these villages will feel the effects of what happened here yesterday.
OK, Dougie, thanks very much indeed. Thank you for joining us. We've got lots more to come, so don't go away. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say about childcare. Because we were talking about that in the papers earlier on. Noel says, I'm a solicitor, I work full-time, I have 2 children under 4, I've worked my whole life. My nursery bill is nearly £2,000. The only time I ever need help from the government is now. Why should I not be helped financially for this short period of time?
Linda says, if you have children, the parents should invest in their own children, not taxpayers. How is that going to work, giving childcare payments directly to the parents?
And Kath says, surely paying for childcare is a discussion couples should have before having a family. And if you can't afford it, don't have a child until you can. Doesn't that come under the heading of family planning?
That's what they used to call it, isn't it? Family planning.
Well, look, it's clearly a little bit controversial. Keep your thoughts coming through. GBViews, gbnews.uk. And we're talking...
Hello, very good morning to you. It's the weekend and it's a chilly start for some, but plenty of sunshine this morning, and most places are going to stay dry and fine through the day. There is more wind and rain on the way, and that's for later Sunday, courtesy of this low and this weather system waiting in the wings in the Atlantic. But ahead of that, a ridge of high pressure building in following the clearance of Friday's cold front. That's pushing into the continent. Most places are waking up to bright skies, but a bit of a chill in the air. Nevertheless, it will soon warm up. And for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland, as well as much of Northern Ireland, it's going to stay dry through the day. 1 or 2 showers perhaps first thing for northwest England, but otherwise sunny spells and feeling pleasant enough in the sunshine with lighter winds 16 to 18 Celsius. Not so much the case for northern and western Scotland. We've got further showers to come through the day here, and thickening cloud as well as a freshening breeze by the end of the day. Now, overnight, the weather turns increasingly unsettled towards the northwest. First, we've got the winds picking up. That will certainly be noticeable across Northern Ireland and Scotland, with gales or even severe gales for exposed coasts of western Scotland. Then the rain arrives by dawn. But ahead of all of that, a different story for England and Wales. Here, lighter winds, clear spells, and a bright start once again to Sunday. Again, a chilly start for many, especially for sheltered parts of central England and East Wales. But it stays mostly dry and bright for England and Wales. I think it will turn increasingly cloudy towards the west. Northern Ireland and Scotland, meanwhile, wet and windy weather increasingly pushes through here. Gales for exposed coasts and feeling unpleasant with that wind and rain. But 16, 17 Celsius for central and southeastern areas in the sunshine. Won't feel too bad at all for an October Sunday. Monday, mostly dry and bright for many once any early showers have eased away. Tuesday, a chilly start, but looking fine.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
8:22 morning to you. Just a quick one from Andy. Quick message from Andy. Morning to you, Andy, because we're talking to Mick Lynch from the RMT a little bit earlier on. He says, good morning. Mick Lynch made incredible sense. He mentioned fire and rehire. Redundancies and pay cuts have been rife in the last 2.5 years, so his members want a rise and some of their wages back. They expect some job security. So there you go. Well, you know, he makes some convincing arguments, does Mick Lynch. Whether you agree with him, whether you agree with the strikes, is up to you. But
well, he certainly knows how to sell his argument, I think, doesn't he?
Yeah.
We were talking about porridge a bit earlier on as well. It still doesn't do anything for me, but that's only instant porridge, because it's the National Porridge Championships coming up. And how do you make a decent porridge? Lots of people have been trying to say. In fact, Sian says, as half a Scot, it's just salt on top, low cholesterol, low fat, good for digestion and very filling. Now and then I will trickle golden syrup on it too. You can't cheat porridge.
Cheating. Janice says, my parents had porridge for breakfast every day of their lives. Mum had a spoonful of brandy in hers, Dad a spoonful of whiskey in his.
Ooh, now you're talking.
Oh, you like it. They lived to 92 and 88. And even when Mum was in hospital, they wrote the brandy on her prescription chart.
Oh, that's wonderful. Like to hear that.
Yeah.
Ken in Spain, morning Ken. I wonder where in Spain. My great-granny up in Clydebank in Scotland used to make a large pan of porridge that she would then pour into the wooden drawer in an old-fashioned kitchen cabinet lined with paper. Then every morning she would cut out thick wedges for everyone's breakfast.
Yeah.
Delish.
Yeah.
So it goes solid.
Just pour it into the drawer and it sets.
It sets.
A bit like flapjack.
Yeah, and then you're a bit rubbery, flapjack, surely?
Yeah, flapjack's all right. But I have seen that in remember the Bruins? I used to always read the Bruins. They used to do that in the Bruins.
In the what?
The Bruins!
The Bruins? What's the Bruins?
It was like a cartoon thing. It used to, what paper was it in? The Scotsman or whatever. And they used to then do an annual every year.
There must be a name for a porridge that's gone solid that you have a slice of. Yeah. Pizza. I don't know.
I used to get the Bruins annual one year, and the next year it was Woolly.
I don't know what to say to that.
Oh, blooming great. That's childhood memories.
Shall we go from
for you.
Scotland just a little further south?
Slightly further south to Liverpool, which has been... I'm smiling. I love Liverpool. It's been confirmed as the host city for the 2023 Eurovision Song Contest.
Yes, sorry, Glasgow. It beat Glasgow to host the music event next May. Of course, we know Ukraine won last year's competition, but of course the organisers thought it would probably be unsafe to host the show in Ukraine at the moment. And then they decided that the UK would host the contest because Sam Ryder, our Sam Ryder, came second in the competition.
Oh, let's talk to our very own Stephanie Tetchy. You should be wearing something very Liverpudlian today.
I know what should be in red.
You should be in red. Never mind, you're in beautiful autumnal colours this morning.
Thank
Very
you.
nice. Look, there's something really exciting about this, I think, because Liverpool is just one of those places that you have to love.
You have to. I'm so gutted I've never been to Liverpool, but now I've got an excuse to go. And I've partied with Scousers before, and they know how to party. They are like the life and soul of the party everywhere. So I was quite excited that Liverpool won, because London always gets everything, or sometimes Glasgow as
Liverpool's
well.
got this incredible musical tradition.
You know what? We like to call them the capital of music when it comes to the UK. They've got the Beatles, the Wombats, Frankie Goes to Holidays. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. So they've got that heritage there, which is quite exciting. But
Lulu, Scylla. No, Lulu was... Actually, Lulu was Glaswegian.
Oh, she was, yes.
Yeah, but Scylla was the entire Merseyside beat, wasn't it? It was amazing.
But it's also a practical reason why Liverpool's been picked, because the European Broadcast Union, they were looking for a venue that would be able to host thousands of delegates, journalists, visitors, and Liverpool have that at the M&S Bank Arena. So it was a practical reason why it was selected as well. And also, Liverpool twins with the Ukrainian city Odessa.
Oh,
so it does. So even though it is going to be in Liverpool, it's going to be still very much a Ukrainian affair, and there'll be a lot of cultural events that will be going on, fashion, street arts, artist exchange. So it's going to be quite an exciting time.
Oh, it will be. Do you know, for the first time in years, I'm really looking forward to Eurovision.
Yeah, but there's going to be a cost to it as well, guys, because, you know, the BBC are going to be looking to spend between 8 million and 17 million pounds to get this on. And during the time, the actual arena is going to be shut 6 to 8 weeks. So people like Elton John, Ollie Murs, because of all the preparation that's going to be needed for it. So there's going to be a lot of concerts which are going to be postponed for it, but it's all going to be worth it, and to have that special moment for Ukraine.
I tell you what, I mean, I don't know. It's far too early to be saying now. But seeing as this is a special event, because we didn't win, Ukraine won.
Yeah.
But we need to lay it on, don't we? We need to have people like Elton John. We need to have Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
We need all these huge celebrities taking part in it this year.
Definitely.
Surely.
And you know what? Music unites. In times of war, times of distress, there's always musicians who can all bring us all together and really show that support. And I think that's what Ukraine needs right now. And that's what, you know, all through this war, the UK has been one of their allies. So when it comes to this, it will be quite good to see how it comes together. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's worth it.
Literally fab. F-A-B.
Oh.
I'm just hoping they get someone from, like, Paul McCartney
They've
to play.
got to get somebody from those days, haven't they? The
Yeah.
60s in Liverpool, the Merseyside sound and everything.
Yes.
Haven't got to, but I think there are still plenty of them out there.
Can you imagine of all the ones we mentioned? I mean, obviously, poor old Scylla's gone now, which is a shame. But if you got Paul McCartney to do a number, if you got
Bring the house down.
If you got Frankie Goes to Hollywood on stage, I mean, can you imagine?
I don't know if you'll remember, but Mike McCartney, who's Paul
Yes.
McCartney's younger brother, he's 78. Paul was 80. I mean, you just can't get over it. You know, but they used to belong to Mike McCartney formed a group called Scaffold with Roger McGough.
Was Roger McGough in that?
Yeah.
He's Roger McGough.
He's a poet.
Yes, it was a very satirical group. You know, they took the mickey out of themselves and others. They are reforming at the moment and doing concerts this autumn at the moment.
I don't know if they'd be a massive hit, though.
No,
would
they were massive. No, they wouldn't. But they're very funny, and they would be great people to talk about it, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
But they were massive at the time. They were very big at the time. Yeah, Scaffold, remember them?
Scaffold. Well, I've talked.
Lily the Pink.
Was that them?
Yeah, Lily the Pink, and thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much.
Oh.
Oh, they must still make a fortune out of that from the adverts for the chocolates.
Absolutely, yes, I think
Oh,
so.
that was them. I have interviewed Mike on a couple of
And John
occasions.
Gorman, he was the other one.
Oh, there you go.
It's going to be a very defining moment because it's the first time the UK has hosted the Eurovision in 25 years.
Is it that
so
long?
the last time it was in Birmingham in 1998.
Is that when after we'd won Love Shine a Light?
Yeah.
Who did that?
Katrina and the
Katrina
Waves.
and the Waves, yeah. So it's,
A while ago.
we're going to have to prove that we are worthy winners of it, well, we're worthy to present it.
Oh,
Yeah.
No,
We'll
big.
pull out all the stops.
Very big deal.
It puts Liverpool back on the map for those who forget about Liverpool.
No, and if you live in Glasgow, we are sorry you didn't get it this time.
Well, only sort of. Only sort of. No offence, I like Glasgow, but someone got in touch. If I can find it saying that I am Scottish, I think maybe even from Glasgow, but she says, I'm glad that they didn't win because...
Glasgow's miles better. Do you remember? That was a great slogan.
I can't find it, but it was someone from Scotland who got in touch morning to you saying, I'm glad Glasgow didn't win because Nicola Sturgeon would use it as a political prop. And that's a Scot for you.
Absolutely. We were also talking about metal detecting.
Oh, do you fancy a bit of that?
No.
Because it was Andy. You don't? Andy from Leeds said he was at a metal detecting sort of rally.
Rally?
Yeah.
And I was wondering what on earth is that? James has said, on metal detecting, I took up the hobby in retirement just over a year ago. I regularly attend organised events which are with landowners' permissions. The oldest coin I have found was 700 years.
Oh, and see, that would be nice.
That would be wonderful.
Craig, though, is a metal detectorist. He said, the strangest thing I found whilst metal detecting was a tortoise. He wasn't metal, but I nearly tripped over him whilst engrossed in listening to the beep and concentrating on the sweep. So there you go. What a tortoise was doing out in the field, I do not know.
That's interesting.
But I'm glad he didn't tread on him anyway.
Yes, there you go.
If you know what they get up to at metal detectorist rallies, love to hear.
That we can report.
GBviews at gbnews.uk.
Yes. Stephanie, nearly called you Tetchy then.
All my uni mates call me Tetchy. They
Really?
call me the Tetch.
The Tetch. OK, the Tetch.
Well, that'll stick now.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks,
We'll catch
guys.
up with you a little bit later on, and we've got much more heading away in just a moment.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christie. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Welcome back.
I'm a bit lost for words. Because Mike McCarthy's just been emailing you some lovely pictures, which we won't show you because they're from his personal archive. But there's one. There's some great shots. But there's one of of Paul and Ringo and John Lennon.
No, it's not
Ringo. It's
of the early days when they used to come round and rehearse.
So early days. I mean, they're
rehearse.
clearly just teenagers.
Yeah.
They look so.
He was telling me this wonderful story that they used to, because their mum died early. And so they were allowed to do things in the house that a mum would never allow. So they used to draw on the walls. And they both fancied themselves as artists, but Mike McCartney in particular. And they used to draw on the walls of the loo. Frankly, apparently, these two young lads would sit on the loo and sketch, basically. And then when they eventually sold the house to the National Trust, or the next owner, who then sold it on to the National Trust, they thought that the people came in and said, we can't have all these awful sketches. You know, they weren't rude sketches all over the walls, so they just painted them with whitewash. They whitewashed all of this artwork out. And apparently then, that's right, then when the National Trust bought it, they thought, we can see that there's drawings under here, and they've been working at getting the whitewash off the bathroom walls so that you can see the original sketches. Isn't that weird?
Oh, isn't it funny things he just did as kids, and now it's a national treasure?
Yeah.
Funny, isn't it?
And he said when they moved out of the house, they had to move in the middle of the night because all the fans, it was impossible with fans by then, and they didn't want all the fans to see all their furniture moving out. So they actually got the removal men to come out about 1 or 2 in the morning and do it.
Yeah, funny. I mean, that's proper legendary.
It is, isn't it?
Stuff, isn't it? Well, fascinating pictures, Mike. Though you didn't send them to me.
Well, we could show them.
I was just looking
show them
over.
tomorrow.
Actually, if you allow.
He would allow it, yeah.
Anyway, let's go through the papers with one of the most famous Liverpudlians.
Yes.
Price. And the writer, Candice Holdsworth. Good morning to you both. Pete, let's start with the Express, should we? School trips.
Yeah, it's really interesting, this. Theatres plead for return of school trips. Theatre bosses are trying to get the school children back through the doors for fear of sharp decline in visitors. For many youngsters of underprivileged backgrounds, school trips represent the only way to experience live theatre. But school teachers, headmasters and headmistresses say that with tightening budgets, they can't no longer afford it. What I picked this story for was it is really important. 1, these are our new audiences for theatre. They're keeping theatre alive. 2, they're getting away from screens and looking at computers and looking at their phone, and they're seeing what interactiveness is in theatres and what it's all about. It is essential they try and find money from this to also keep the theatres alive because of what's happened through the pandemic. There are some incredible shows out there, and they will learn and get guidance, and they'll start dreaming about maybe a different way of life.
If you don't go as a kid, sometimes you just
never
don't
get it.
go.
We say it all. I've done 36 pantos. We always say it. Our children, those audiences are our future audiences. They are essential, and this is essential. It's so important because underprivileged kids, and they never go to a theatre.
No.
And the excitement stays with you forever.
Well, I'm not a big theatre goer. I'm not, but I every now and then I'll get whisked off to go and see a big show or whatever. And they are amazing. I always come out thinking, I must do this more often.
I can't wait. I go to the theatre every chance I have. I've been 3 times this week. So every chance. Yeah, I went to see Bat Out of Hell. I went to see the play, the musical in London about the 70,000 people that were on the planes turned to Canada with the 9/11. Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
That one.
Right.
Incredible, that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
But who have you played in Panto, then?
Everything. I used to play Dame regularly, but I got nipple rash, so I just went off it.
Yeah.
But I've done everything, the Silly Billies and...
Gander.
Yeah.
That's that particular place where all of the planes had to land. Incredible story, isn't
Incredible.
it?
What's the Mail got, Candice?
Yes, so on the front page of the Daily Mail, they're talking about a very effective treatment to deal with type 2 diabetes. It's a soup and shake diet, which has apparently caused people, if they do this diet correctly, they lose on average about 2 stone, which is amazing. I mean, I had gestational diabetes in both my pregnancies, so I'm at high risk now for developing diabetes. So to know that there are effective treatments, that's just great news for me.
Soup and shake, though, is not an easy sort of diet to stick to.
It's not. I mean, it's such a challenge with type 2 diabetes. You know, I mean, the endocrinologist that I spoke to when I was dealing with gestational diabetes, she said getting people to stick to these diets is very hard. So the fact that this one has worked and been so effective is just great.
It's
It really is.
calories though, and that is. I mean, I guess if you want to beat your diabetes type 2. You will stick to it, but it's still hard to stick to. What is gestational diabetes?
So gestational diabetes, it's to do with your hormones in pregnancy. You develop a resistance to insulin. So you end up with very high blood sugars. And a lot of it goes to the baby, so they really try to manage it because you can get very large babies, and that's much harder to
and
deliver.
Once you've had the baby, you don't have it anymore.
Some do, some don't. So you have a test just after having a baby to see if you've developed diabetes, and you'll have to have one every year after that. So I'm coming up for my second test. I'll have to have a blood test every year now since having children.
Wow.
Yeah.
And would any of your children be more likely to have form of diabetes?
They do say that. Yeah. Yes.
That's extraordinary.
It is. I'd never heard of it. I'd never heard of it until they noticed that my baby was quite large. And they said, "Ooh, he's quite large for dates. We just want to check you for gestational diabetes."
Wow.
And it turns out I did have it. Yeah.
Gosh, you learn something every day.
I know.
Tell us about Shirley Bassey.
Oh, I just laughed out loud when I saw the story. Dame Shirley Bassey is spectacular. She was at the concert, 60th anniversary of the Bond movie concert at the Royal Albert Hall. She's amazing. I had the most wonderful look. I had the most wonderful experience with her, but I can't tell you my story because it would take too long. But this is great. Dame Shirley. My parents knew her before she was famous. So I was so excited when I went to a friend's party and she was there. I went up to her and I said, "You don't remember me and you don't know me, but my mother looked after your wigs." To which she looked at me and said, "Do you really think that you should mention to an octogenarian about wigs?" She turned disgustingly and walked to the bar. I love that. It was just, a small BS, but it was sent in. But I love that, and I can see her doing that. Yeah. I've got a story and a half that you'd just never believe, but she was sensational with me when I met her, and she was wicked. She was having rows. I actually hid in the shower. To do an interview.
An interview with her?
Many, many, many years ago, I hid in the shower.
You hid in the shower of what?
Her dressing room. No, her dressing room. Waiting to meet her. And I came out and I went. She went, and I won't even use the language she used.
Well, don't blame.
"Who are you?" And I went, "I hate Barbara Streisand." And she started laughing and accepted me. And we just became, it was hysterical.
I remember she once said, she was friends with a friend of mine who's no longer with us, long gone now. But she once was meeting up with him. She said, "Darling, I had to take one of those underground taxis." The tube. One of those underground taxis. She's not.
She is amazing, though.
She's an icon.
She is, and the voice is perfect. The last album was spectacular. I don't know. She 80. Yeah.
Now, what's the Times saying, Candice, about? We're all problems with the mortgages. We're blaming ministers.
Yes. Well, so the Times has a story basically based on a YouGov poll, which shows that about 60% of voters said yes to the question that the government's economic management of this crisis is leading to higher mortgage rates rather than the global situation, which is what Liz Truss is trying to emphasise. So they're just becoming more sceptical of the government and blaming them rather than interest rates going up all over the world, which is a big problem for the Conservatives. I mean, they're traditionally the party of home ownership, and if they lose the reputation for that, I mean, where do they go from there?
Yeah, it's going to be problematic for them, isn't it? But, week is a long time in politics and all that. Candice, Pete, we are out of time.
Am I allowed to say that I can I'm coming on a show on Sunday morning? Talking about Love Me Do, being 60 years old. And I was 16 years old, outside of the cavern, and I've got so many stories about that record.
You get to chat with Michael Portillo.
I am, and what a lovely man.
You'll love that.
The train journeys.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, well, talking of which, you two...
Yes, trains.
Yes. Well, if you are a commuter on the train, You faced more travel disruption today. 40,000 RMT and TSSA railway workers, 15 train operators, all stopping work over low-paying conditions.
And, of course, it's the third strike now affecting passengers this month. And train operators are advising everybody to check services before travelling. And if you really can avoid travelling by train, don't even try it.
Yeah, well, let's catch up with our West Midlands reporter, Jack Carson, who joins us now. Good morning, Jack. What's the story where you are today?
Well, good morning. Welcome to a bit of a cold and chilly Birmingham New Street today. West Midlands Railway are running very limited services today, only between the times of 7:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. The cross-city line between Birmingham and Bromsgrove, and local services between Birmingham New Street, Wolverhampton, and also Birmingham New Street, Birmingham International, Coventry, and Northampton as well. So it's a very limited services here from New Street today. Of course, like you said, 40,000 RMT workers and from Network Rail and 15 other train operating companies are on strike today. Now, Network Rail said that they have offered an 8% pay rise over 2 years plus other benefits to their union members, but that has currently not been accepted as well. Of course, we had the Tory conference here in Birmingham this week. Rail strikes affected that on Wednesday. At the Tory conference, the Transport Secretary said that there was deals to be done with the unions, and just yesterday in a statement from the RMT, Mick Lynch, their General Secretary, said that the government should release the train companies from their shackles in order for those deals to be done. But here at New Street today, very limited services, and like you said, Network Rail advising people just not to travel.
OK, Jack, thanks very much for that.
Yeah, Helen's been in touch. She said it's about time that the train service and stations are made fully automated. Remove all the strikers and ban all the unions. With a fully automated train service operating 24/7, 365 days of the year, we would be the envy of the world. It would mean that I could get on at Paignton in Devon at 3 a.m. and be in York at 8 a.m. for breakfast.
Obviously, that would be nice, wouldn't it? But, you know, it's a nice idea, and it's possibly the way the world is going.
Well, Anthony,
however, I
on.
just sort of think, you know, do we really want to make everything totally automated?
Well, Anthony says management want these strikes to continue for as long as possible. Why? So ultimately the public demand driverless trains. Docklands is driverless, Victoria Line is designed for driverless, North-South Gatwick trains are driverless. You can't just run a railway system with no drivers, though, totally fully automated, can you?
Well, the DLR is, yeah. The DLR, but
but there are other railway stations. There have to be other railways.
No, there's no one on the trains at all.
Nobody on the trains. There must be people on the stations.
No.
There must be cleaners on the trains.
Well, there'll be cleaners and things, yeah. But no, the DLR is completely empty, and it works very well. But it's a very sort of short route and things, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just a quick one. Hello, Stephen and Anne. Another great show, says John. I've been metal detecting for 25 years now. We call ourselves the Halves, Hyndburn and Ribble Valley detectorists in Lancashire, and we'd love to make Anne an honourable halve for the day.
I'd love to be an honourable halve. The Hyndburn and Ribble Valley detectorists. OK. I know what to get you for Christmas now.
A metal detector.
Yeah, why
quite
not?
Good, actually, wouldn't it?
Would be good fun.
I can see
Especially if you find something amazing, like one of our earlier viewers did a 700-year-old coin. That'd be brilliant.
I mean, that's the thing. I love things like that. It just really...
Oh, we were talking about porridge, the sort that you let go hard, you let set. Hi, Anne, says Margaret in Wingate. The name for slices of porridge could be oatcakes. I also remember when, as a young girl working in the sanction office in Lewis's in Glasgow, a commissioner told me that his granddad used to do this too. To this day, I've always wondered if he was kidding. So thanks for clarifying that it is actually true.
Oh, yeah.
So you make porridge and you pour it and let it set, and then you can slice it off and chew it, chomp it.
And I was talking about the Bruins and Woolly. It's the Sunday Post it was in. Which is a Scottish newspaper. Thank you, Mum, for messaging me about that.
Go on, another controversial one I'll just throw in.
Oh, go on.
Your paper reviewer, that was Pete, states that school children should be allowed to attend theatres because they are the future audience. Schools say they can't afford it. If these children are as important to the theatres as future audiences, then perhaps they should invest in their future and give the schools free tickets. Taxpayers should not pay for theatres that, in the truth, appeal to a minority of people.
Well, it's a fair point, Mel. It's a fair point.
Go to the theatre if
it.
you still feel that. Go and see a really great production.
Yeah, well...
if you can afford it.
When they
tickets
work...
are ridiculous.
Well, they can be very expensive, but when it's good...
It's very, very good, yeah.
Now, the Home Secretary had made that decision, didn't she, a while ago, to approve WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange's extradition to the US. Protesters have been taking to the streets to show their frustration.
Yes, they're members of the Don't Extradite Assange campaign, and they're going to form a human chain from Parliament to Lambeth Bridge in an attempt to capture political attention.
Well, Mr Assange's former personal PR advisor, Richard Hillgrove, joins us in the studio. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Is this going to make any difference?
I think it will. It doesn't help with the train strike, of course, in terms of numbers. But I think the fact that this is being led not so much from Don't Extradite Assange again, but the National Union of Journalists and the International Federation of Journalists, which has 600,000 members globally, leading this exercise means, the penny is dropping that this is not, this is political. This puts journalism in the firing line. If Assange goes down, journalism goes down. We're not going to have any more.
Can you bring us up to date on what is the position with Julian Assange? Where is he now, and what is his legal status, and what is likely to happen next?
Well, he's obviously been in Belmarsh for 3.5 years, and there's another appeal to the High Court. So if that's exhausted, I would assume they would go to the European Court of Human Rights, but there's another appeal going on.
And the campaign is to stop extraditing him.
Correct, yeah.
Who is seeking to?
Well, the British government have agreed, Priti Patel, one of her last firing shots was to approve his extradition. So that's now
to the
United States. Yeah, to face 175 years imprisonment, for telling the truth. So, for a journalist that tells the truth.
But it's telling the truth through the leak of classified documents.
Well,
that's the argument, isn't it?
But that's what, we got used to. There was a privilege in the past for journalists to feel protected, that they could release information. And Assange wasn't the gatherer of the information. He was always, had an anonymous Dropbox. He received information and he released it. He worked in partnership with The Guardian, The New York Times. On what he's been criminalised for, he was working with a whole variety of international media, yet he's the guy on the firing line. Why is that then?
Well, because some of the things he did allegedly put other people in danger.
But even that's been debunked now. They said, he was recklessly putting out the names of people. All that is not true. He redacted it all. It wasn't him that even did that, and that's all now been proven. And even the case that America has in terms of extraditing at all costs, all the evidence has crumbled. Their witness has been found to be a fraudster who is passing off as knowing Julian Assange, working with Julian Assange. The whole thing is a shambles.
Shambles. I know he doesn't want to go to court, doesn't want to face this. I get that, but aren't you making a strong argument for saying, well, if he was extradited, he's going to be cleared anyway?
I don't think he's in that. He's not really in a safe place. We spoke in July about this, and I said that, if he went to America, who's to say this so-called, suicide risk doesn't become a suicide that... the CIA have been involved in a case where Pompeo's been called for an attempt at murdering Assange, and it's not just willy-nilly mad stuff, it's serious evidence has been produced on that. And then if he was in an American prison, what would happen to him, literally?
What is
another Epstein situation?
What is his mental state at the moment?
Well, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Torture has visited him many times and said he's been psychologically tortured. His wife, Stella Assange, has said that he's really, really upbeat as much as he can about today because he sees that there's hope. But, he's not in a good place overall, no, not at all. The judge, Vanessa Barrister, first said he won't go to America because of his mental state, and that got overturned. Why on earth could that get overturned? I don't know. But, he's in the same position now as he was. But that's what I mean. It's been foreshadowed that he's suicidal, and what if we hear that he commits suicide, would it be at his own hand? And I'll tell you what, he's safer here than he is over there, that's for sure.
The problem is a lot of people don't have a lot of sympathy for him. Now, whether that's right or wrong, but you must, that's a brutal reality, isn't it? Because he was seen to be... If the rest of us are accused of something, rightly or wrongly, we have to go through the process. Now, he was seen as dodging that process by, locking himself in the embassy for years and all the rest of it. Now, that's eroded a lot of support for him.
I think part of the project to annihilate him has been to totally smear him, from sex scandals to everything else. So everyone, all his support dropped away. He had loads of supporters prior to the whole sex scandal, which was, in my opinion, manufactured. But there's just a labyrinth of smear put on him. But he's on the Asperger's spectrum. You know, this is a person who just wants to leak the truth, non-partisan at all costs. He's probably the only person that you would classify as a true journalist in the sense he doesn't editorialise everything. Everything's just put up there. It really is inconvenient
Except
for
that
everybody.
now he would be seen as a security risk by both the American government and ours.
Well,
and other countries.
That is the circular debate on this. Isn't it our right to know, you know, aren't the voters due to know what's going on? The last video he ever had shot, it was at a security conference, and he gave it to me while I was working for him. I said, get it out there. And it's actually, if you Google it and go on Mail Online and Julian Assange and World Ethical Data Forum, you can see his last ever talk. And he said, we are the last generation to be free. And I say, if he goes down, we're in a situation where no one knows what's going on. But yeah, you're right, he's very unfiltered, and that's always been the problem for everybody.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, which raises the question. I mean, it's very difficult to say, it gets a bit nuanced, but some journalism has to be filtered to an extent, doesn't it? I mean, that's part of the issue.
Well, legally, it has to for national security.
But I think you'll be surprised how, you know, he's a family man, how much concern and care for what they're trying to do for 175 years. He took meticulous detail to redact everything, and part of their evidence was saying he's a reckless maverick.
Yeah.
And that wasn't true. So you'll be surprised that even in his efforts to leak, which The Guardian were part of, you know, the New York Times were part of, he was the one doing all the redaction. It's the opposite to what everyone's saying.
OK. Look, Richard, it's really good to talk to you this morning, and I know you'll keep us up to
1
date.
o'clock today, Parliament Square.
OK. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Do stay with us. We've got lots more to come, including the latest on that gas explosion in Ireland. Here's the weather.
Hello, very good morning to you. It's the weekend and it's a chilly start for some, but plenty of sunshine this morning, and most places are going to stay dry and fine through the day. There is more wind and rain on the way, and that's for later Sunday, courtesy of this low and this weather system waiting in the wings in the Atlantic. But ahead of that, a ridge of high pressure building in following the clearance of Friday's cold front that's pushing into the continent. Most places are waking up to bright skies, but a bit of a chill in the air. Nevertheless, it will soon warm up. And for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland, as well as much of Northern Ireland, it's going to stay dry through the day. 1 or 2 showers perhaps first thing for northwest England, but otherwise sunny spells and feeling pleasant enough in the sunshine with lighter winds 16 to 18 Celsius. Not so much the case for northern and western Scotland. We've got further showers to come through the day here, and thickening cloud as well as a freshening breeze by the end of the day. Now, overnight, the weather turns increasingly unsettled towards the northwest. First, we've got the winds picking up. That will certainly be noticeable across Northern Ireland and Scotland, with gales or even severe gales for exposed coasts of western Scotland. Then the rain arrives by dawn. But ahead of all of that, a different story for England and Wales. Here, lighter winds, clear spells, and a bright start once again to Sunday. Again, a chilly start for many, especially for sheltered parts of central England and East Wales. But it stays mostly dry and bright for England and Wales. I think it will turn increasingly cloudy towards the west. Northern Ireland and Scotland, meanwhile, wet and windy weather increasingly pushes through here. Gales for exposed coasts and feeling unpleasant with that wind and rain. But 16, 17 Celsius for central and southeastern areas in the sunshine. Won't feel too bad at all for an October Sunday. Monday, mostly dry and bright for many once any early showers have eased away. Tuesday, a chilly start, but looking fine.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christie. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
At least 7 people have now died in an explosion at a service station in Ireland.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 8th of October. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. So here are the top stories for you this morning.
Well, a major search operation is ongoing for survivors after we now know 7 people were killed in an explosion at a service station in County Donegal in Ireland. It happened yesterday afternoon at the Applegreen service station on the outskirts of Creeslough.
Junior Trade Minister Conor Burns has been fired with immediate effect and had his whip suspended following allegations of misconduct.
President Biden has warned the world could face Armageddon if Vladimir Putin uses a tactical nuclear weapon to try to win the war in Ukraine, saying this is the closest the world has come to nuclear catastrophe for 60 years.
And Liverpool has been picked to host the Eurovision Song Contest, with the grand final going to take place on the 13th of May 2023.
We'd love to hear from you this morning. Anything you want to talk about, serious or plain old daft.
Yeah, watch out if you want to book a hotel room in Liverpool on that particular night, because apparently the prices for rooms overnight has gone up by tenfold, can you believe?
Sort of not surprised people make money pay while the sun shines.
For a single room in a not particularly luxurious hotel.
Yeah, some people will pay it though. Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through. GB Views at gbnews.uk.
Now, sadly, we have an update for you on the number of people killed in that explosion at a petrol station in County Donegal, in Ireland, because that has now risen to 7, apparently.
Yeah, the search and rescue operation is still ongoing. Meanwhile, Ireland's Prime Minister, Micheál Martin, has described the incident as very traumatic.
Let's cross now to our Ireland reporter, Dougie Beattie, who joins us from the location, Creeslough, right now. Dougie, update us on any more information, please do.
Well, it appears overnight in the last few hours that they removed another 4 bodies from the wreckage here. We've got very up close to it now and can have a good look. There is a block of apartments beside this petrol station that looks to be totally destroyed. The whole front end of them are missing. The emergency services here, I must say, are very, very tired looking. Some of them now changing shift. But it does seem that the search part of it has now scaled down ever so slightly. They're removing rubble in lorries here. Ambulances are pulling out. More and more people are exiting the area and letting more specialised units go in. but I think we've seen probably the end of how many people are going to be coming out of this rubble. And really now, I suppose, when you look behind it, Creeslough will remember this day for many, many years. It is a very tightly knit community here, right down through into Letterkenny. It's a little jumping posts of villages the whole way down through, and they are all related. They are all using the same schools, the same facilities, and these 7 deaths will no doubt be felt the whole way across Donegal.
Talking about a cause of this, I mean, there was talk about a gas explosion earlier on, Doogie, but I mean, presumably, by the scale of this, has that ignited the petrol in the underground tanks as well?
We don't know. I mean, I've been having a look at it here. There doesn't seem to be any scorch marks or anything else in and around the building that you would say that there was fire involved in it. And in fact, it's very clean. It just seems to have been a total demolition of the front end of a building. But I mean, we've seen that in England as well, where you're actually amazed that it just ends up as a big pile of rubble, and that seems to be gas explosions. At this minute in time, they're concentrating mainly on those that were injured and those that are bereaved, and I think we'll hear more as the day goes ahead.
Well, Doogie, thank you.
And on to another very important story that's just happened in the last 24 hours or so. The Trade Minister, Conor Burns, has been sacked from government following complaints of serious misconduct earlier in the week.
He's the MP for Bournemouth West, and he's also had the Tory whip suspended for allegations of inappropriate behaviour at the Conservative Party conference.
Meanwhile, he has accused the Tory party of rushing to judgment, but says he will cooperate fully with the investigation.
Well, let's talk to former Special Advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley, who's here in the studio once again. Morning to you. I mean, is Conor right? Has the party rushed to judgment on this?
Well, I think what we know is that they are being described as serious misconduct having taken place. So with any allegations of serious wrongdoing needs to be met with a serious response. I think Conor obviously has tweeted last night to say that he vows to clear his name, but he will cooperate fully with the inquiry that needs to take place. And we just have to wait until the end of that inquiry.
I wonder what the feeling is now amongst in the Tory party, because they've been through a pretty rough week at the conference. I mean, some might think it went well, but generally it wasn't accepted. It was just sort of, it had to be got through, it had to be endured almost, didn't it? And now to see a member go down like this, it must be affecting morale.
Well, I think what's key about this case is that when allegations have come forward that the Prime Minister and the Chief Whip have acted decisively, they've acted quickly, allegations have come forward, they've shown leadership and the most appropriate thing will take place now, which is an inquiry, and it will be thorough, it will be full, it will be fair, and as soon as the inquiry is concluded, everybody can move on. But I think what is key in this particular case, in comparison to the past, the previous government, is the decisiveness and the swiftness of the decision that has been taken, which is the Prime Minister and the Chief Whip removing Conor from his role in government and suspending him from the Conservative Party.
Yeah, which is, I mean, that was the criticism. I mean, it's almost the criticism that did for Boris Johnson, isn't it, ultimately, on top of all the other sort of problems that he had. But it was not responding quickly enough to some issues that really did for him.
Exactly so, and I think the approach that Liz will take as Prime Minister, and I think Jake Berry set out during the party conference, it's reported in some of the papers, that any allegations that come forward against anybody, a Member of Parliament or a member who falls below the standards that is expected of them in public life, they will face those allegations with absolute the severity that is required. So in this particular case, as I say, the Prime Minister has acted decisively, swiftly, and has removed Conor from his post, and those allegations will be looked into.
And I was going to ask, is there any other reaction from anyone else in the party? But I guess that's the party line, isn't it, at the moment, to sort of praise Liz Truss for being decisive, because you can't comment on the incident itself.
I think that's absolutely right. We don't know enough about the allegations that have come forward. Obviously, I mean, it's reported that it's taken place during a Conservative Party conference. That is not ideal, and we have to just wait and see those findings.
Mm. What does it do to the party? Because, I mean, when there are issues, scandals, for want of a better word, and we saw one with Rupert Hock recently in the Labour Party, it always affects a government much more strongly than it affects an opposition, doesn't it? I mean, just by the very nature of politics.
I think that's right, and because the government are going to be in the spotlight and the scrutiny is going to be there ever so slightly more. But I think you're absolutely right to highlight, Tim, that this is not an issue that is just within the Conservative Party. It is a sad fact that there are allegations made against people and wrongdoing in all political parties. But I think what we need to focus on is the action that you take against those individuals. Sir Keir Starmer, to his credit, was absolutely right to suspend Reba Hutt for the comments that she made, just as Liz Truss is absolutely right to take the decisive and swift action that she has last night.
This in no way is meant to imply that there is any guilt on Conor Byrne's behalf, but when you could become an MP, does anybody read the standards to you? I mean, we talk about them falling below the standards expected of an MP or a minister. Does anyone actually read those rules to you, or does it have to be down to your own integrity?
Well, when you are appointed a minister, you are expected to adhere to the Newland principles, the 7 principles of integrity, honesty, trust, and you are expected as a minister in His Majesty's government now to uphold those standards. And anybody that falls below them will be challenged. There'll be conversations with the whips, with the Prime Minister. On this particular case, given that they are described as serious misconduct that has taken place, it is right that it's met with a serious response, and that is the suspension of the whip for Conor Byrne.
I ask that because we've seen incidents before, cross parties, where you just think, where was the common sense in that minister or that MP doing that thing? Why didn't they use their common sense? And you just wonder, do they lose it somewhere along the line because, I don't know, they've got too much work or they feel too self-important or they're too self-confident? What happens? Where does common sense go?
Well, that's a good question, and I don't know the answer. But I think, look, the incident that the alleged incident that's took place during Conservative Party conference. It is a social event. It is a big networking event.
It's a big drinking event.
It can meetings can go on quite late into the night, and
that's so diplomatic.
It may be that you only get to see people or have meetings quite late into the small hours of the morning. I mean, I've been going to Conservative Party conference for over 10 years now, and this is the first incident that I've heard of its kind taking place. I might be wrong, but that's just the best of my knowledge. And so it is not a common thing that people will fall into these situations. But as I say, it's very unfortunate that this has happened, and the party will look into it.
Charlie, good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's just that you see sometimes, don't you, ministers, MPs who are very experienced, and somewhere along the line they say something stupid.
But they're human.
Or they do something stupid. Well, that's what I was saying. But
they are
under intense scrutiny.
Because we all do and say stupid things from time to time, don't we? And I do think we have an expectation. I think also we have an expectation of MPs, vicars, and people of that ilk, where you sort of say, well, we expect you to behave different. You're a vicar, you're an MP,
yes.
But you're just a human at the end of the day, which is what we sort of forget. Do you know what I mean?
Some incidents can't be forgiven that way.
No. It's not about forgiving them, but it's about understanding why these things happen sometimes.
I know what you mean.
I remember going out with a vicar years and years ago when I was a teenager, walking their dog, and they were swearing like a trooper.
Really?
And I just remember thinking, but you're a vicar.
Yes, that's true.
And
doctors smoke and drink like you wouldn't believe. Some doctors, don't they? And you think, hang on a minute, you're a doctor.
Yeah. Anyway,
I remember interviewing. I remember interviewing once. There was a very famous sex therapist in the United States. I can't think of her name now.
Dr. Ruth.
Dr. Ruth, that's it. Yeah.
Dr. Ruth.
Dr. Ruth.
Don't ask me what I know about American sex therapists.
No, exactly. But she was massively famous at the time, and I interviewed her, and she said, these were all of the ingredients for a very happy marriage. How to keep your marriage happy, how to all the rest of it. And I said, well, how's your marriage? And she said, you've got no business asking me about my marriage.
Did she?
But you're Dr. Ruth. You have all the answers on how to have a happy marriage. Surely you've got a happy marriage. You've got absolutely no right to ask me about my marriage. Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Hang on a minute, you're Dr. Ruth.
That is, yeah. Do as I say, not do as I do. She's no longer with us now, Dr. Ruth. No, but she was...
massively famous at the time.
She was huge. Oh, she was like a little sort of woman, wasn't she?
Yes, very tiny, that's right, yes. But it just shows that if you do set yourself up, I suppose, as an expert on something, and you could very well say MPs and ministers do that, you put yourself on a certain pedestal, I guess, don't you? You take on certain responsibilities. You have somewhere along the line got to understand that people will hold you to account.
They will.
More so than others.
They will.
Interesting one.
Quick one about energy supplies, because yesterday we were talking about uninterrupted power supplies and those batteries you can get and all the rest of it, and are we going to have blackouts this year? Very unlikely, but, you know, it's a possibility, so the National Grid says. Brian says, good morning, greetings from South Africa. We have we've had power outages for the last 10 years, and we can buy light bulbs that charge up when not being used. We have about two-hour outages a day. We cope with it quite well. The bulbs last for about 2 hours. So the power goes out, but the bulbs stay on. Very close. It's Googling away. Yeah, so there you go. So that's...
there are self-charging light bulbs, and you can even get them on, you know where.
And talking of Googling things, I had a look at her on, because about Shirley Bassey. She's 85.
85, my goodness.
And no doubt, still going strong. I bet she can
woman with one heck of a life.
I bet she can still belt out Diamonds Are Forever.
Yeah.
Pay good money to see that.
They don't make them like that anymore, because Dame Joan Collins, similar age group, you know, still going at strong and still looking fab, absolutely amazing, and still got very strong opinions about just about everything.
Yeah. See, I love that.
Do they make them like that anymore?
Probably not, no. We're all done by 45. And I'm 48.
I'm well past that.
Anyway, look, much more still to come for you, including the latest from the United States, where President Biden has said we could be, if Russia acts on its nuclear threat, headed for Armageddon. Oh, is he right? More in a moment.
Hello, very good morning to you. It's the weekend and it's a chilly start for some, but plenty of sunshine this morning, and most places are going to stay dry and fine through the day. There is more wind and rain on the way, and that's for later Sunday, courtesy of this low and this weather system waiting in the wings in the Atlantic. But ahead of that, a ridge of high pressure building in following the clearance of Friday's cold front that's pushing into the continent. Most places are waking up to bright skies, but a bit of a chill in the air. Nevertheless, it will soon warm up. And for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland, as well as much of Northern Ireland, it's going to stay dry through the day. 1 or 2 showers perhaps first thing for northwest England, but otherwise sunny spells and feeling pleasant enough in the sunshine with lighter winds 16 to 18 Celsius. Not so much the case for northern and western Scotland. We've got further showers to come through the day here, and thickening cloud as well as a freshening breeze by the end of the day. Now, overnight, the weather turns increasingly unsettled towards the northwest. First, we've got the winds picking up. That will certainly be noticeable across Northern Ireland and Scotland, with gales or even severe gales for exposed coasts of western Scotland. Then the rain arrives by dawn. But ahead of all of that, a different story for England and Wales. Here, lighter winds, clear spells, and a bright start once again to Sunday. Again, a chilly start for many, especially for sheltered parts of central England and East Wales. But it stays mostly dry and bright for England and Wales. I think it will turn increasingly cloudy towards the west. Northern Ireland and Scotland, meanwhile, wet and windy weather increasingly pushes through here. Gales for exposed coasts and feeling unpleasant with that wind and rain. But 16, 17 Celsius for central and southeastern areas in the sunshine won't feel too bad at all for an October Sunday. Monday, mostly dry and bright for many once any early showers have eased away. Tuesday, a chilly start, but looking fine.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
(9:19) morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Al.
What are you up to today? We really want to know, actually. Yeah, because it's a Saturday. Sometimes we have to remind ourselves that it's a Saturday.
You forget on this
it's
job.
a working day for us. But, I mean, you can't get anywhere by train today, really. But what are you up to? I'd love to hear what your plans are for a lovely Saturday day or afternoon.
Tell you what's made my Saturday.
What?
It's coming in and finding for some unknown reason these things happen in companies, you know. But there's a GB News, the People's Channel postcard, and it's got us on it.
Oh, good. There we are. There's no room to write on it, so you can't use it.
No, I don't know what you meant to do with it.
Maybe give it out as a card.
It will be a promotion. It'll be.
I'm Stephen Dixon. And you?
It's a promotional tool, but nevertheless, I quite like it.
Yeah. Good.
We don't often get put on things. Oh, there's a. There we go. There you go. Look at that.
Oh, nice.
There you go. Look at that. We're probably not meant to be showing this. We'll get into trouble now.
Maybe we sell them on the website.
But there you go. Well, there you go. So if you're on the radio, well, you can have a look at that. It's just pictures, it's just pictures of us.
Yes, that's right.
Just have a look on the app for pictures of us. But there you
We're
go.
excited about it. You may not.
We are.
Absolutely.
We are. Well, there you go.
Anyway, we want to hear from you. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, President Biden has made his most outspoken comments about Russia since the invasion of Ukraine back in February.
Yes, he was speaking at a Democratic fundraiser in New York, and he warned that the world could face, his word, Armageddon, if Putin uses nuclear weapons to win the war.
Well, it comes as US intelligence apparently is claiming that Putin's inner circle, that sort of advisors and generals, have confronted him on the handling of the war.
So what's going on, really? We're joined now by NATO historian Dr. Peter Caddick-Adams. Hello there. Thank you very much for joining us. So that's the easy question, I suppose, is to ask you, what on earth is going on? Why would President Biden use such incendiary terms to describe what may be happening?
Well, it's what is not really happening. Putin, of course, is threatening, as he has done since this whole thing began on the 24th of February, by implicitly leaving the dark cloud of nuclear weapons there that he might use. But we've seen that he hasn't used them at all. They haven't been brought out of their bunkers, out of their storage. There's been no hint of deployment in any way at all. But the temperature is certainly rising, and he's rolled out this threat again. So what Biden has done is referred him back to the last time there was a major nuclear crisis, which was 60 years ago, the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1963. And that is when Russia, the Soviet Union, deployed nuclear weapons to the island of Cuba. And John F. Kennedy, Biden's Democratic predecessor, said that if you use them, that will spell out World War III. And in the end, it was the Russians who blinked first, and that all was resolved quite happily and peacefully. And what Biden is saying now to Putin is, don't get any ideas, because we will simply go back to what we did in 1963. and it will be you who will blink first, not us. And so really his message is one of calm, to try and calm down the situation, because the temperature has been rising in the rhetoric, but not in the actual fact. There's no deployment of weapons at this moment in time.
Didn't President Kennedy capitulate as well back in the 60s with Cuba?
No, I mean it was the Russians who were sailing, who had moved some weapons to Cuba, and others were en route. And the first thing the Russians were told was that the ships moving all your spares and all the other bits and pieces the nuclear weapons need will be sunk en route. And that didn't happen. In fact, many positives came out of the Cuban Missile Crisis, one of which was the hotline between the two superpowers, which didn't pre-exist at all. So it's still presumably there. And I think Biden is also warning the Russians in a wider sense, not just Vladimir Putin, that you need to get a control of what this man is doing. And we've heard confrontations of Putin's inner circle confronting him on his handling of the war. And there is a sense that Putin has lost control. And I think Biden is sort of underwriting this by saying, right, play this one carefully, because we don't want any mistakes here.
What it was always thought, though, back in the 60s, was that there was, as you say, that in the end it was a hotline. You always imagine a sort of red phone on both desks. But it was either that JFK deployed somebody, they say it was probably his brother, Bobby Kennedy, who actually put in a phone call and managed to talk to somebody who could talk to Khrushchev and then calmed everything down. But you get the sense that Putin isn't the same. He won't be calmed down. He's on his own, I don't know, ego battle.
Yes, I mean, there's certainly an element of that. But what we have to remember is that it isn't Putin with a red button. These weapons are initiated on both sides by complicated suitcases, and we've all seen the pictures and indeed the films portraying them. And the Russians, as far as we know, have three of these. One is in the hands of Putin, held by a sort of trusted military aide. One is with the chief of the Russian armed forces, and another is with the chief of the Russian nuclear forces. And it requires two at any one time to align to start the whole process. And then that initiates the giving of orders further down the command chain. So it doesn't blue. I think I've locked the button. It's just not like this at all. It's actually quite a long, drawn-out process. And so this isn't something that could suddenly take off. And the feeling amongst Western analysts is it's now the Russian military leadership.
Forgive me for jumping in, but does that then mean, because we've obviously had these reports from US intelligence saying there's some just discontent within his inner circle, is that then that gathers more importance, does it, as a statement? Because it's not just saying they're discontent, it also implies that they wouldn't allow him to fire nuclear weapons.
Stephen, that's absolutely right. I mean, my overall message, and I've watched the temperature and the social media chatter ramp up over the last few days, and the fear. My overall message is one of calm. And, this isn't going to happen. We don't have nuclear Armageddon around the corner. But the discussion of it in a sort of public forum is what has started to make people nervous. And this is Biden trying to calm the situation down, not inflame it by threatening something. I mean, in days gone by, international diplomacy was conducted by notes of outrage between embassies and between heads of state. And nowadays, it's conducted by television and by social media. And it's in a very public forum. I mean, even 60, 70 years ago, this would be a sort of private affairs with press releases. Now it's far more open and it's difficult to avoid. And hence speed is the name of the game. And that's why Biden made the speech he did a couple of days ago.
Look, Dr. Peter Caddick-Adams, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Yes, you do get the sense, don't you, that President Biden is a very experienced politician. Whatever your politics are, he's been in the business a very long time. And generally, most people say he's very responsible. He knows what he's talking about. He's been at the top level for years and years. And he wouldn't have said those things without judging it quite carefully himself. It wasn't in his speech. He went off speech to say it. But he must have felt very strongly to do so.
Must have done. It is the threat, but so whether it's the threat that will act as a calming measure, yeah, don't know. But it's interesting what Peter was saying, that Putin cannot just fire the nuclear weapons as and when. It's not just that.
OK, so back to today's gadgetry.
Go on.
We have now learned that you can go on metal-detecting rallies. And you can still discover really cool things. So that's another idea for you for Christmas, I think, a metal detector. I'll have to look at that. We've learned in the last 24 hours that you can have unlimited power supply, sort of enormous big batteries.
Yeah.
And you can even buy those online, and they range from about £200 to £500 or something, don't you? And then what's the latest we've discovered you can get from South Africa? You can get... Sorry, not from South Africa. We learned from South Africa. You can buy self-charging light bulbs. They look a bit expensive, again, to start with. The one I was looking at was something like £22 for two. But they work like...
That's not bad,
no, it's
though,
not bad.
for LED light
They work like proper light bulbs. They'll come on when you switch on, but they'll charge at the same time. So if you then had a power outage, they would go on shining for another couple of hours at least, which is interesting. I didn't know they existed.
No, but isn't it? I wonder if these sort of things will become the norm now. But I mean, if you've got the money, it's a good investment. LED light bulbs cost more money. They are LED. They cost more money anyway, but of course you don't change them as often. They last about 10 years.
Yeah, and of course you don't have to have them everywhere in the house as well. You could just have them in a couple of important rooms.
Yeah.
And at least you'd know that if there was a sudden outage, you could keep going. You could at least see where you were.
And talking about saving money, because we're talking about porridge oats, because it is the national porridge competition. So I forget what they call it now, the golden...
championship
or something.
Porridge.
But anyway, the best porridge in the world, they're making it in Scotland. Anyway, Lindsay says it's about money saving, you see. She used jumbo oats, £2 for 1.5 kilograms, and you only use 35 grams and about 200 millilitres of milk and water, and cook for 6 to 7 minutes.
Stirring.
So...
With a
spurtle.
That's it.
That's how you meant to do it.
Stir with a spurtle.
But you see that it is healthy. It's very filling. It's warming in winter, and it's cheap.
Easy peasy, she says. And while it's cooking, I chop up fruit and nuts and put them on top of the porridge when it's cooked. Love it.
You see, I wouldn't
Actually,
do that.
that does sound rather nice.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that bit.
Oh no, I would. Fruit and nuts on top.
It's like when you used to get the tins of fruit. Do you remember when I was a kid in the 70s?
Like peaches.
You used to get tins of that
Peach
mixed fruit.
Oh yeah, no, that wasn't.
And then you had to put the cream on. Well, cream. We used to call it cream. Carnation.
Yes.
You had to put the carnation on top to take away the taste of the fruit.
Carnation was nice.
I used to like carnation.
Condensed milk.
We always just called it cream. Do you want cream with that? So it wasn't cream at all, was
Just
it?
put a hole in the tin. Do you remember? Life was simple in those days.
It was that and dream topping. There you go. Well, happy days.
And what was the instant mashed potato?
Smash.
Yeah.
Oh,
they all had a
mash
unique
gets smash.
taste. Yes, that's right.
Yes, it didn't actually taste like mashed potatoes.
I
did it?
remember
But
caravan holidays with my parents when you would just be stuck in a caravan somewhere, getting very bored and hearing the rain absolutely pouring down on the tin roof. And my mum would get out the little primer stove in the caravan and cook bangers and smash. And I have to say, it tasted brilliant.
Yeah.
It was probably because of the surroundings were so harsh, really. But bangers and smash in a rain-soaked caravan, I think in Devon somewhere.
What's not to love?
Oh, those were the days.
Really? What's not to love about that?
What are you up to today? That's what we
want.
want to find out. How are you going to spend your Saturday?
Yeah, I don't know what the weather's like where you are, but we shall find out a little bit throughout the course of the day, of course. But don't go anywhere. We've got all your top stories heading your way in just a second.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christie's. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
It's 9:34. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, I don't know if you're planning on going anywhere today, but train commuters are going to face further travel disruption because over 40,000 RMT and TSSA railway workers and 15 train operators are stopping work today over low pay and conditions.
Now, it's the third strike affecting passengers this month. Train operators are advising people to check services before travelling.
Let's cross now to our West Midlands reporter, Jack Carson, who I think is in Birmingham at the moment. So what's it like from your perspective there, Jack?
Very quiet compared to usual here at Birmingham New Street. It's a Saturday, usually swathes of people coming in into the city to shop, and it's a busy weekend. It's a busy weekend for the High Street as well. In terms of services affected here, the West Midlands Railway have got a limited services from 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. today. Only really local services here. There's cross city line between Lichfield and Birmingham and Bromsgrove, as well as New Street to Wolverhampton. Those local services. So those more bigger distance train journeys just have been cancelled today, and so there's not as many people coming into the city today. I've spoken to a few of the union members here on the picket lines. There's 4 picket lines here at New Street today from the different train operating companies: Avanti West Coast, Cross Country, West Midlands Railway, and also Network Rail as well. And they've kind of said to me the reason they're striking is over pay, job security and pensions as well. One of them said that he's not had a pay rise in over 3 years, and that's the main reason why he's striking today. So it's a much quieter New Street today here in Birmingham.
Jack, thanks very much indeed. Look, we were asking what you were doing today, which is probably not going on a train at the moment as a result of all of this. Richard, oh, morning, Richard. He says, I'm in a small farm in Norway. Well, there you go. That sounds quite nice in and of itself. It's raining and there's a strong wind. We're expecting 45 mile an hour gusts later on. The dog refuses to go out. The electricity will likely be interrupted, so there's no point in using my computer. Result, what I'm doing today, not a lot, just some reading and listening to GB News.
Oh, thank you. It's lovely to think of you in your small farm in Norway, watching us, or listening to us, at least.
That sounds quite nice, all snuggled up.
Yeah, I know what you mean about the dog. My little dog, she looks out of a dog flap, and if it's not good weather, she just backs off again.
Does she?
Often just looks out like we all look out of a window. Yeah.
Oh, I quite like that.
We were talking about we've been talking about train strikes all morning, haven't we? And whether or not it's a move, or one of our viewers said a bit earlier, maybe it's what management want, because what they really want is the public to demand driverless trains. And David says, it's actually incorrect to say that trains, including the DLR in London, are driverless. They may be automatic, however, they still need an operative, and on the DLR, it is a train captain. You cannot completely have a completely automatic train without staff for safety reasons, including people on the tracks and evacuation. Thanks for that.
Well, yeah,
However,
but it's down to one person.
Mike says, good morning, Stephen, and the train system in Dubai is fully automated, no drivers. So the tech is out there.
And, you know, the techie in me says, great, make it all work, let the trains run 24/7 and all the rest of it. But, you know, do we want to... The problem with tech is that it could put us all out of work eventually, which is actually then not very good, is it? So...
Somebody has to make the tech, program the tech.
Yeah.
Our jobs will just change.
It's how you balance it out.
Gwen says, Stephen just made my day talking about the Bruins and Ur Willie. The newspaper was the Sunday Post, and I loved reading about them as a child. It was a great newspaper.
Oh, yeah. They were great
So
cartoons.
it was a cartoon strip.
It was a cartoon strip, but then every year they did an annual. So they sort of combined loads and loads of stuff. It was fantastic.
You have to be a real nerd to buy a cartoon strip annual, don't you?
Well, we were kids.
Yeah.
We were kids. We used to get it in our Christmas. Father Christmas used to get it for us. But it was just brilliant. The Bruins one year and Ur Willie the next.
Tessa says, morning, Stephen and Anne. Thank you for talking about the theatre. Thank you especially to Pete Price. I remember going to Eastbourne Theatre to watch The Wizard of Oz as a 7-year-old. Tessa Wyatt from Robin's Nest played Dorothy.
That's nice.
And
Wow.
Peter Sallis played the lion.
Peter Sallis.
Remember? She says, I'm nearly 48 and I still remember it today. All children should experience the theatre. Love the show. Love you both. Thank you. Yeah, we love television as well, but you'd never let it replace the theatre. Going out to the theatre.
There is something about live performance.
It's so magic. And you forget. And unless you go, you forget how brilliant it can be.
The last show I went to see was Waitress in London, which is about a cake shop, basically. And you sort of think, well, where's the... Do you know, it was fantastic.
They can be, absolutely
It was
brilliant.
absolutely fantastic.
And we do family reunions where we often go to a musical that we've probably seen many times before.
Oh, really?
You know, like Phantom of the Opera or something.
Oh, right,
Still
yeah.
going strong and still fabulous, yeah. Or Les Mis, some of the really famous ones. So, no, it's always worth going. And, you know, you only have to look at the reviews to figure out which ones are the best, and you will have a magical time. And it's a wonderful thing to take the kids to if you can. Get them hooked on theatre.
I tell you who likes a trip to the theatre, and that's the royal family. They're always popping out there, aren't they?
Well, they get special invitations.
Well, they do. They don't have to pay for the tickets.
No, they get very good seats, generally.
But it makes for very good pictures as well for the newspapers the next day. And they're already filled with photos of the royal family. Images of Queen Elizabeth were seen around the world during her reign, of course. I mean, they must have been in every newspaper in the world.
Everywhere.
As she died. But have you ever wondered what goes on behind the scenes of the photographer's lens?
Well, her subjects may appear like the real deal. But today we're joined by an artist whose quirky work is now being showcased at the Saatchi Gallery, no less.
Yes, artist Alison Jackson is here with us. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. Tell us about your quirky work.
Well, I'm very interested in how we're so fascinated with public figures and celebrities, and so I make work that looks believable but isn't, really, to raise questions about can we really believe it's true? Can we really believe in what we're seeing?
Well, I guess the best thing is for us to see some examples of your work, if we can. And there's a lovely... Take the strap out so that we can see it fully. You'll see that's the Queen walking her corgis into a betting shop.
Yes, that's right. She's going into William Hill. But that is with a lookalike. And basically, it looks real, and it was in the press, actually, quite a few times.
I was going to say, if that got picked up by...
As real?
As real,
that wouldn't
yes.
surprise me.
And so there are quite a lot of debates about the photographs that I do. Is it real or isn't it real?
That's fabulous.
Oh, that is such a wonderful one. You've got Catherine who's now the Princess of Wales, on the left, the Queen in the middle, and Camilla on the other side, and they're all sitting underneath the hairdryers in a hairdresser, reading their magazines, of course. And do you know, it looks so convincing.
Well, that's right. Well, it takes hours, the styling, to get all the hairstyles right and the lighting and stuff like that, and it's a bit of a nightmare trying to find people, actually. I'm always sort of...
I bet.
So
how do you? Yeah.
Well, I run after people in the street, and I mean, which is all fine until you try to run after someone who looks like Donald Trump or Putin or something, and then you do get the odd grumpy comment back. But I'm constantly looking, constantly.
Is there a sense that a lot of this is done with the positioning of the head and the styling, so that someone who's just got like an inkling of the Queen, for example, may end up looking more like her once you've finished with them?
Well, that's right, because actually, for real, they don't really look exactly like the real deal. But after a lot of styling and angles and lighting and positioning, I can make them look exactly.
So that shot that we've just seen of the three most prominent royal ladies in the world, probably.
Well, the former Queen, the current Queen, and the future Queen.
Under those funny hairdryers that you used to sit under in the 60s and 70s, reading their magazines. How long would that have taken to set up? So that you got the photo dead right?
It did actually take rather a long time. Just to find those hair things was very difficult, all in the same colour. I mean, it is, everything's there, everything's authentic. It's just not what you think it is. It's obviously Jane Smith, Anne Jones, and, not the Queen, Camilla and so on.
So there's no Photoshop in there?
There's no Photoshop. It really does exist. It's really authentic, but just not what you think it is.
It's authentically fake.
It's authentic.
Which is nice.
Well, we can't rely on our own perception when we look at photography, because the camera really does lie. And I started this whole thing because I thought that photography was a slimy, deceitful medium. So I thought,
now you're proving it to be.
I'm proving it to be.
But is that interesting? So what's your view on the modern world? Because I tell you what worries me is the the whole Instagram generation, where not only are people posing in positions and situations which aren't really them, but they're applying filters and all the rest. So it doesn't even look like them half the time. So that is absolutely not reality at all.
That's right. And so that's the same thing as what I'm doing here. I'm just saying it's all a bunch of lies, or I'm proving it's a bunch of lies, and we can make up anything via the camera. We can make up anything by the screen. It's very easy to lie.
But the interesting thing about what you were doing, of course, is it is hugely entertaining, because there's something about seeing, in that case, the royal, members of the royal family doing ordinary things. There's just something lovely about that, isn't there?
Yeah, well, I'm very interested in how we think we know celebrities and public figures intimately, but actually we don't. But what we're dying to see, because we see so much of the top surface, public face stuff, we're dying to see behind the scenes. We're dying to see what they really are like in the private, particularly the royals, because they don't really say anything much about their lives.
You're also playing a joke, really, with your own brain, aren't you? Because your eyes see one thing, and yet your mind is telling you it can't be.
That's right. It is a bit of a mind,
Yes.
I didn't say it.
No.
Mr. Director, is that the only two shots we've got?
Well,
I think we've got one more.
Oh, yeah. So now the show at the Saatchi Gallery is, I'm putting on this show exhibition for new talented photographers, and they've never had a show in their lives before of photographs that they've made from workshops. I mean, that's an amazing photograph taken by a 12-year-old girl.
Really?
Yes.
So these are all sort of new talent, if you like.
It's new talent, and the Saatchi Gallery have collaborated and have put on these amazing photographs, and it's an extraordinary exhibition of young talent from ages 7 upwards.
I always find photography fascinating because you'd think anyone could do it because the camera's doing the work.
No.
But it's
not very, like that. Very difficult to take a good photograph, and I think that is an extraordinary photograph.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning, taken by a 12-year-old in a youth club in Earl's Court Youth Club. So it's an extraordinary bunch of talent out there, and I'm teaching them photography with all my team of postgraduate photographers. We go in there with a pop-up flash photography studio, comes up, teach them how to take a photograph, and the emerging of these photographers, directors, lighting cameramen, stylists, and so that's what the show is about.
I can't even imagine how you teach photography. But you must look at successful photographs, analyse what's different and good about them, and then try and do it yourself.
Well, that's right. And it's also teaching them to have their own unique creativity, that every photographer has to, really learn that they are great themselves.
It's fascinating. And if you are drawn by what you've heard on the radio this morning, if you're one of our radio listeners, get online, download the GB News app or have a look on YouTube and go to 9:40 on the timeline and just have a look at those images because they're just stunning and so fascinating.
Do you still teach ordinary photography, analogue photography, photography that you had to print and develop yourself?
It's too much like hard work. I mean, I wish I did, but I mean, I love analogue photography, particularly for my work, and it's beautiful because it has a whole depth that you just cannot get digitally.
Can you not?
You can't. I don't think you can. There's a wonderful feel of analogue photography, so I'd love to do that, but what I'm finding with the kids is everyone's iPhone visually articulate, and suddenly they've got these big cameras and they're obsessed with these big professional cameras, and that's what's extraordinary. So it's almost going retro, forget the iPhone, let's have a look at, these kids, 5-year-old to 18 years old people taking
Well, if anyone
photos.
can get to the Saatchi Gallery, your exhibition is on?
It is through to absolutely. So please come today and have a look because it's a real eye-opener to see the richness and the talent of the young new photographers.
Yeah, and yours.
Yeah, and yours. Alison, really good to see you. Thank you very much
lovely.
indeed.
Well, thank you very much.
Love it. Absolutely love that. Now, how we go from that to something which is a little bit taboo.
Well, we were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? About the top tips on how to keep the spark in a relationship. And we were talking about this woman, Dr. Emily James, I think she was, who styles herself as an expert in love and libido. And her little videos went viral because she shared her top 5 tips on TikTok.
Yes, so whether you're young or old, scientists say there's nothing wrong with you're keeping that spark going in one way or another and, in the bedroom as well. But that's not all about what you may think.
No.
Sometimes she's saying it's just about intimacy of cuddling, holding hands, a little snuggle up, all that sort of thing.
And not criticising each other. And making room for a date night, for instance, even if you've been married or together for a long time.
Well, let's talk to dating expert and psychologist Jo Hemmings, who joins us now. Jo, good morning to you. I don't know if you've read these tips for yourself, but they sound extremely sort of straightforward and almost a little bit old-fashioned, but clearly they work.
Well, they are very straightforward, and I suppose they are a bit old-fashioned, but I think that's the point of them. I mean, keeping intimacy alive in a relationship is the key thing, and I think everybody's honeymoon phase wanes after a while. And I see couples in counselling all the time that say to me, if I could get back, they're yearning to get back what they once had. Now, the trouble is if you let that honeymoon phase or all that warmth and affection and intimacy slide, it's really hard to get back. So I think what's being recommended here, and is right, is try and maintain it. Don't lose it. Don't neglect your partner. Don't criticise them. Don't actually look too messy. Don't be so relaxed that you just don't care what you look like. You're not putting an effort in. And effort is key to all relationships. A lot of people say, if it's a great relationship, we don't need to put effort in. Well, you do. Everybody does, because it's very easy to let small things slide. And if one partner feels a bit neglected, that's when resentment builds up and it sort of erodes from the inside without you even really knowing that your relationship, is perhaps not in as good a place as it could be.
That's true. We should all take your very wise words to heart, because I think that is important. Not criticising, that's one I'd go for.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. We're nearing the end of the programme, so we've got to whiz away, because Aidan and Stephanie have joined us now, and we never got anywhere with the sports news earlier, so what's happening?
There's lots of stuff happening. We had the boxing fiasco this week, but with the Premier League's back today as well. Manchester City at home for Southampton. We've got this phenomenon up front for Manchester City, Erling Haaland, 14 goals in 8 Premier League games. There's talk that he might, at the current ratio, he might get to over 100 by the end of the season.
Crikey.
They've got Southampton at home today. They've got no form whatsoever. We can see Erling Haaland there in the picture. His father played in the Premier League about 20 years ago as well, but he wasn't quite the player that his son is. And so they're playing Southampton at home today. There's thoughts they might rack up a cricket score today against Southampton, and so we'll see what happens there.
Talking of score, it's what would it be? 12 points for Liverpool.
Point and 0 points for Glasgow, unfortunately. So obviously it has been announced that Liverpool will be hosting the Eurovision next year on behalf of Ukraine. They were picked because they have the Emerson Bank Arena in Liverpool, which is good enough to host up to 11,000 fans.
Fabulous.
You know, so it's one of those things that's going to be
the
quite
home
incredible.
of the best music in the world,
Yeah.
Liverpool, isn't it? Surely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be fabulous. And that's May next year.
May next year, May 13th. And if you're looking to book a hotel room, they're already sold out, most of them.
Didn't they go up overnight?
Yeah, overnight. But
It's not a
I think
poor-
now the minimum price is about £693 for May the 13th in Liverpool, yeah.
I can't believe
Like
they're
a
allowed to
holiday.
do that. That seems wrong, doesn't it?
Well,
If you've got a friend in Liverpool, book them now.
yeah, yeah.
Book a seat or book a room on their sofa.
Aidan, the England women did well against the United States.
They did. It was a friendly. 76,000 people there last night at Wembley. Quite an extraordinary turnout for a friendly, it has to be said. Now, a victory against the USA was a real staging post. The USA are the world champions. There's a World Cup next year. They're looking to win it 3 times in a row. Obviously, England have gained pedigree last summer, having won the Euros. So it's all up for grabs now. And I thought yesterday they were 1-0 they were 1-0 down against the USA, and they eventually turned it around. Georgia Stanway with the winner. England have had a couple of players retire since the summer, so they have to regroup to some degree next year. But as I say, USA are the gold standard still, and a win over them, albeit in a friendly, bodes well for next summer. I think England going into that next summer might be the favourites for that World Cup. So they might even upstage the men.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough.
I thought the scoreline was going to be much more, actually, because they had a lot of attempts.
Yes, they
and
did.
They just kept on missing. So I felt like they were quite lucky that they won last night, actually.
Oh, is that right? OK, I'm not going to. I won't tell them that. You can.
No, tell them that. Now, what's good? Beyonce, right, has got she's got some great influences.
Yeah, she
But
does.
is Right Said Fred one of them?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think they're so right on this one. So on her new album, Renaissance, she has a single called Alien Superstar, and there's a lyric on there, I'm Too Sexy, which she paid for publishing from Right Said Fred. But in an interview with The Sun, they've come out and labelled her arrogant and said that she did not come to them to ask for publishing rights. So obviously Beyonce's not going to take something like this lying down. So her team have come out and said that the comments are quite disparaging and that they did pay publishing in June and everything was sorted by August. So it's a bit of confusion on what's actually happened and who's in the right here. But I'm sure Beyonce would have checked all her T's and
Her people
crosses.
must have checked.
Yeah,
Yes.
they wouldn't have let this go.
Yeah, people to do things like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
No.
Can we all say hello to Linda?
Hello, Linda.
I'm watching GB News in Melbourne, Australia, and recovering from jet lag after just returning from the UK last night.
Oh.
Isn't that lovely? One of the first things
Nice.
she's done is switched us on. Thank you.
Melvin says, great show as always. Apologies if I missed this, but salt or no salt in the porridge? Salt. Not a lot, though. Just a little bit of salt. And I love this, because this is what we really try to do. Ed, morning, Ed, says, nuclear Armageddon to smash mash in a caravan in just a few moments. One of the many reasons why this is the best pairing in breakfast TV.
There you
Really
are.
great programme this morning. Keep it up.
Nuclear Armageddon to, what was it? Smash and spuds. Smash and sausages.
Sausages.
In a caravan.
We do have to do a few crunch gear changes at times, but that's what they pay us
Other
for.
people do that too, don't they?
Love it. It's great. So thank you so much for getting in touch this morning. Thank you, you two. It's a bit tight this morning.
Yes, absolutely. Lovely to see you, as ever. Yeah.
And keep your thoughts coming through, if you would, throughout the day. GB Views at gbnews.uk. We're back tomorrow, aren't we?
Yes, it's Sunday tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Bright and early. And Esther and Phil are here next with Saturday Morning.
Hello, very good morning to you. It's the weekend and it's a chilly start for some, but plenty of sunshine this morning and most places are going to stay dry and fine through the day. There is more wind and rain on the way, and that's for later Sunday, courtesy of this low and this weather system waiting in the wings in the Atlantic. But ahead of that, a ridge of high pressure building in following the clearance of Friday's cold front. That's pushing into the continent. Most places are waking up to bright skies, but a bit of a chill in the air. Nevertheless, it will soon warm up. And for England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland, as well as much of Northern Ireland, it's going to stay dry through the day. 1 or 2 showers perhaps first thing for northwest England, but otherwise sunny spells and feeling pleasant enough in the sunshine with lighter winds 16 to 18 Celsius. Not so much the case for northern and western Scotland. We've got further showers to come through the day here, and thickening cloud as well as a freshening breeze by the end of the day. Now, overnight, the weather turns increasingly unsettled towards the northwest. First, we've got the winds picking up. That will certainly be noticeable across Northern Ireland and Scotland, with gales or even severe gales for exposed coasts of western Scotland. Then the rain arrives by dawn. But ahead of all of that, a different story for England and Wales. Here, lighter winds, clear spells, and a bright start once again to Sunday. Again, a chilly start for many, especially for sheltered parts of central England and East Wales. But it stays mostly dry and bright for England and Wales. I think it will turn increasingly cloudy towards the west. Northern Ireland and Scotland, meanwhile, wet and windy weather increasingly pushes through here. Gales for exposed coasts and feeling unpleasant with that wind and rain. But 16, 17 Celsius for central and southeastern areas in the sunshine won't feel too bad at all for an October Sunday. Monday, mostly dry and bright for many once any early showers have eased away. Tuesday, a chilly start, but looking fine.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day